Thank you, everyone. Good morning again, everyone, and welcome to Nairobi. As we remain standing, we could start with our national anthem. We will have two national anthems for Kenya, our host nation, and Comesa. Sound?
O God of all creation, blessed is our nation. Justice the shield and defender. May we ready unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Let one and all arise. With hearts strong and true. Service be our honest endeavor. And the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor. Come, may we stand to defend. Let all with one accord, in God united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving. People of Africa, your dream is a reality. Women and men and children rejoice. Comesa is yours. Wonderful Comesa.
People of Africa, rise up and unite as one. Hard work is key to prosperity. United we stand.
Wonderful Comesa. Wonderful Comesa. Forward with Comesa. Comesa is key to prosperity and unity. Wonderful Comesa. Forward with Comesa. Comesa is key to prosperity and unity. Africa, rise and shine. This is your hour of joy. The future is bright and full of hope. We shall succeed. Wonderful Comesa.
Blessed is Africa, land of resources and wealth. Comesa's hand will till this land, the harvest will come. Wonderful Comesa.
Wonderful Comesa. Forward with Comesa. Comesa is key to prosperity and unity. Wonderful Comesa. Forward with Comesa. Comesa is key to prosperity and unity. Leaders of Comesa, thank you for leading us through. Making us one is your vision, it shall be done. Wonderful Comesa. People of Africa, rejoice in Comesa's work. It is the hope for the future. It is the key. Wonderful Comesa. Wonderful Comesa. Forward with
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please be seated. So my name is Mushai Kunyiha. I'm the first Vice President of the Comesa Business Council, and I'll be your Master of Ceremony this morning as we go through the program. A big special welcome to Nairobi. Karibuni sana, bienvenue. I think it's the French for that. Which reminds me, we do have some translation equipment with you, and they'll put for us on the screen how you can get onto the translation headsets. If you need some, you can raise your hand up and the ushers will show you so you can follow what is going on. So a special welcome to this, the 18th Comesa Business Forum. And we have with us today our distinguished guests. We've got cabinet secretaries from the government of Kenya, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe and Lee Kinyanjui. We have delegations from other Comesa states led by the chairman of trade in Comesa, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea from Burundi. Welcome. And the Secretary General, welcome to Nairobi as well. We also have our PSs and other government officials from Comesa states and Kenya who are with us, and we'll be getting introduced to them as we go along. A special welcome also to the EU guests among us who have joined us for this Comesa event. This is the first of events for this business forum running from today to the 8th, and we've titled the Comesa EU Horticulture Connect, where we are trying to focus on agriculture and agriculture from the EU, what we can sell there, trade with, and in the Comesa region. This event is organized by Comesa, together with the Comesa Business Council. And allow me to emphasize what we do as the Business Council. We are the apex body for the private sector within Comesa, and we have representatives from each country. Each time the Comesa heads of states have a summit, we try and get the business people together so that they can deal with each other and exchange with each other. As we know, the Comesa infrastructure is a doorway that is open for us, but it is open for the private sector to go through. So it is up to us, the private sector, to take these opportunities and engage with each other. So the Horticulture Connect is part of the broader forum, and the theme is leveraging digitalization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. So we hope also that you'll be able to take some time to visit the exhibitions. We have some exhibitions right across the fountains in the white tents across there, and you'll be able to see some of the businesses that are there. Also importantly is that all the insights and recommendations that are put together from today will be presented to the summit, the Heads of State Summit later this week. So both what we put together today and tomorrow at the Business Forum will be collating together to present to the Heads of State. This event was envisioned and designed to advance strategic engagement, partnership building, and market linkages between Comesa and the European Union. So we aim to connect horticulture producers, EU buyers, and other trade players. EU is one of our biggest and most dynamic markets, especially for horticulture. And we know that we have been engaging with this for a while. We've had various projects through Comesa. We've had the EU-funded Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program. And even last year, we, together with the Secretariat, we had, and the Business Council, we organized a delegation to Europe. And out of that, there was trade developed of about 10 million euros between the companies who are able to engage there. And that's what we hope to continue with today. We also highlight Actesa, who is part of the sponsors and organizers of this meeting, who have helped us to position Comesa in trade with the rest of the world. and especially with linking smallholder farmers and agribusinesses to regional and EU business. So today, we are going to start this morning with the official opening ceremony, and then later on, we'll have a couple of panels looking at what the regulatory issues are, how we can open the markets, and also from businesses who have actually transacted and done trade so that they can show us what they have done and what is possible going forward. And that will be this afternoon. So we hope we'll be able to unlock the full potential of Comesa to international markets together. And to kick us off, we have from our host nation, our Principal Secretary, the State Department of Trade, Ms. Regina Ombam, who is going to do the welcoming remarks. Ms. Ombam, karibu.
Thank you very much, MC, and good morning, everyone. Our guest of honor, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Kenya. Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Kenya. His Excellency, Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson, Comesa Council of Ministers and Minister for Trade, the Republic of Burundi. Honorable Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries from Comesa member states, Her Excellency Chileshe Kapwepwe, Comesa Secretary General, Mr. James Chamwanza, President, Comesa Business Council, heads of Comesa institutions, permanent secretaries, principal secretaries, representatives of government institutions, representative of our cooperating partners, the European Union, the Federation of German Industries, AGRA, chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, CEOs of business associations and captains of industry, members of CBC, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very warm welcome to you all, and in particular, a special karibu sana to our esteemed partners and buyers who have traveled from across Europe and the Comesa region to be with us here in Nairobi. It is both a great honor and a privilege for Kenya to host this first ever Comesa EU Horticulture Connect, a pivotal gathering that sits at the very heart of trade, partnership, and shared prosperity. The broader business forum theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional chains, finds practical expression in the Horticulture Connect. More than a conference, it is a platform for action, facilitating direct B2B partnerships that translate into export deals, showcasing Comesa's horticultural excellence and tackling the pressing issues of standards, traceability, and logistics that shape our farmers' and exporters' competitiveness. To our Comesa producers, I urge you to seize this moment, engage deeply, listen to the market requirements, and showcase the world-class quality that you are capable of to our EU partners. To our EU partners, I assure you of our commitment to meeting your standards and fostering sustainable long-term business relationships. So I wish to extend my profound gratitude, shukran, to the Comesa Secretariat, the Comesa Business Council, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and our partners from the European Union for their steadfast collaboration in making this event a reality. It is my pleasure to, once again, officially welcome you to Kenya and to this Horticulture Connect. May your discussions be fruitful, your connections be strong, and your partnerships be prosperous. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from one of our key partners, like has been mentioned, is the European Union. And we have with us Ms. Lana Jutelia, I think I got that right, almost, who is the Leader Environment and Climate Rural Development, Trade and Cooperation, delegation of the EU to Comesa. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Kenya, our guest of honor. Honorable Lee Kinyanyonji, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson, Comesa Council of Ministers, Burundi. Honorable Ministers and Cabinet Secretaries, Your Excellency, Chileshe Kapwepwe, Comesa Secretary General, Permanent Secretaries, Principal Secretaries, Assistant Secgen, Ambassador Dr. Mohamed Kada, Assistant Secgen, Dr. Dev Haman, representatives of government institutions, Mr. James Chimwaza, President of the CBC, representatives of the cooperating partners, the private sector, representatives of the EU and the Comesa business sector. Allow me to ride on all the previous protocols. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my very, very big pleasure to be here today and represent Madam Karolina Stasiak, the EU ambassador to Zambia and Comesa in this very, very important event. The 18th Comesa Business Forum is particularly special to us, to the European Union, this year as it hosts the Comesa Europe Horticulture Connect. We are particularly proud to be supporting Comesa in this very, very important endeavor, and this forum, this annual forum, serves as a crucial hub for us to align our strategies between the EU and Comesa, to review what we have accomplished so far, but also, most importantly, to set goals for the future. We are particularly grateful to the Comesa Secretariat, the Government of Kenya, the Comesa Business Council, and the Kenya Association of Manufacturers for bringing this event to life. This year's theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, could not be more timely. You will for sure be familiar that from an EU perspective, we are really trying to advance these key priorities forward, really bringing and matching the investments, the businesses, the private sectors, sustainability of value chains. And digitalization is key to everything. We are at a turning point. The choices that we make now will define how we live in the future, how we grow, how we trade, how we create opportunities for each other and for our people. Let me recall that in this particular region, on this particular continent, agriculture is really the lifeblood. It employs 70% of the population for Comesa. And at this point in time, digital tools are no longer an option. They're essential. They actually help farmers to get access to market. They get them to get fairer prices. They allow them to open new doors to international markets. And talking of markets, we will soon celebrate 1 year of the tripartite agreement between Comesa, EAC, and SADC, a very important milestone indeed for a market of over 800 million people. So we are, of course, embedded in the African continental free trade area, but you can only imagine with this huge tripartite area, trade area, what potential is out there and how much we can actually use it and deepen the regional integration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to commend the Comesa EU Horticulture Connect initiative. It is really through a very targeted cooperation that we can achieve more and that we stand a chance to go and grow further. We need to channel our investments into enhancing systems, establishing robust quality standards, we spoke about it earlier, deploying cutting-edge technologies, among others, and really bridge this gap between European investors, European buyers, and Comesa producers. Let me reiterate that the EU, as mentioned earlier by the Honourable Minister, the EU is a stable and committed partner on this path. And I'm sure that we all share the same feeling here today, that SMEs are the heartbeat of this transformation. So the EU-funded programs such as the RECAMP, the Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets, but also the EU Comesa Capacity Building Program, and the program mentioned earlier by our distinguished moderator, the access to market and the trade competitiveness aspect of the African continent. These are all programs through which the EU seeks to reinforce and strengthen Comesa and Comesa member states' capacities. It is also embedded in a very continental effort. So the effort that we are putting into the Comesa region, we are also in parallel aligning our efforts on the entire continent, working with the African Union, working with the other RECs on the continent, and really embedded in a strong continental regional integration. Let me come back to the digitalization part. Digital certificates of origin, be able to trace, ensure traceability, standards along the value chains is a key component for EU markets. And in this sense, digital tools will, of course, never be enough. They cannot stand alone. We need the proper ecosystems. We need policies which are aligned. We need borders that are open for businesses. We are talking about cross-border trade. We need infrastructure that connects people. And last but not least, we need skills that can actually empower the next generation. If you get all these elements right into place, this is where we can then grow further together. In this sense, the EU is fully committed to support regulatory harmonization, bridging digital gaps, and strengthening the human capital. In this sense, the second part of this week's theme, Value Chains for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth, let me reiterate the EU's support in sustainability regulation. And once again here, the EU is of course not walking alone on this path of sustainability and delivering on our joint global commitments. We talk about environment, climate commitments, about the goals of sustainability that all the countries around the world have jointly committed to. So in this sense, the EU is extremely proud to be at the forefront and to push forward regulations such as the EU deforestation-free regulation, the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, the waste shipment regulation, global supply chains directives, and many others. This is the way to make sure that the products reaching the EU market and the investments which are actually done from the EU side have proper standards, proper harmonization, regulatory frameworks, accountability, traceability, transparency. It is all about creating new market opportunities in line with the legislation and with the global commitments. Once again, we really believe that with the EU support provided to Comesa and its member states, we are on the right path to deliver on this. This is really helping us to bridge this gap between the EU and Comesa member states. I really wish this forum to transcend dialogue and translate into tangible actions. And the 24th Summits of Heads of States and Government is also putting forward a declaration that will send a very resounding and important message that EU and Comesa businesses are ready to work together even stronger for the future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to wrap up here and once again stress the huge potential of two big markets, the EU market and the Comesa market. Together, we can unlock it, and the European Union here reaffirms its commitment to advance regional integration, economic resilience, and sustainable development. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for that emphasis, as you were speaking, I just remembered when I started my career in agriculture, my business is in agriculture, 25 years ago, the only thing we were worried about were gumboots and tractors and so on. And now we have to have digital infrastructure, Wi-Fi, internet, and all those things, which is great. And that is the opportunity, which is huge for us in Africa. Next, we will have our head really for us in Comesa Business Council and Comesa, the Secretary General, Her Excellency Chileshe Kapwepwe. Welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock Developments, Kenya, our guest of honor. His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of the Comesa Council of Ministers from Burundi. Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Gracious host. Honorable Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries from Comesa member states, Mr. James Chimwaza, President of CBC, heads of Comesa institutions, permanent secretaries, and other government representatives, Chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturing, CEOs of business associations and captains of industry, members of the diplomatic corps, may I simply ride on protocols already established. It is a great honor to welcome you all to the inaugural Comesa EU Horticulture Connect, which is being convened alongside the 18th Comesa Business Forum and the 24th Summit of Comesa Heads of State and Government to be held here in Nairobi. This platform is the first of its kind for Comesa, designed to link enterprises from region directly with European partners in order to unlock new opportunities for trade, investment, and partnership. Allow me to first express our deep appreciation to the government and the people of Kenya for graciously hosting this event. In line with the focus of the event, Kenya, as one of Comesa's most dynamic economies, has demonstrated what is possible through horticultural development. The sector in Kenya contributes significantly to trade exports, provides millions of jobs, and positions this country as a leading supplier of high-quality products to the European market. This illustrates the broader potential within Comesa, particularly when regional value chains are strengthened and SMEs are supported to meet global standards. Comesa's mandate, as enshrined in our treaty, places market access and trade facilitation at the heart of regional integration. Our current medium-term strategic plan for the period 2021 to 2025 prioritizes deepening regional markets, enhancing competitiveness, and promoting inclusive, sustainable economic growth. Comesa EU Horticulture Connect is therefore not just an event, it is a practical expression of Comesa's commitment to bring public and private stakeholders together to strengthen value chains, improve competitiveness, and create opportunities that directly benefit our people, especially our women and youth. Over the past 5 years, Comesa, through the EU-funded Regional Enterprise Competitive Access to Market program, already referred to by my colleague from the EU, has supported us in advancing this agenda. Through targeted interventions, more than 500 SMEs across the region, of which at least 30% are women and youth-led, have been capacitated to compete in regional and global markets. In the horticulture sector, exports to the EU amount to more than $3.3 billion annually, with the Netherlands alone accounting for 28% of Comesa's horticulture exports. The horticulture value chain alone contributes over $3.37 billion annually in exports to the European Union, employing millions of smallholder farmers across the region. Under this program, trade missions to Netherlands and Germany facilitated under the B2B engagement with SMEs securing contracts valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars, gaining first-hand knowledge of certification, logistics, and standards. Trade and learning missions such as the 2024 engagement mission to the Netherlands brought together 11 SMEs from 9 Comesa member states. These SMEs held direct B2B meetings with Dutch companies, unlocking access to EU market, and several SMEs have since secured contracts and partnerships with European Union buyers, enabling them to commence export of product, thereby diversifying their markets. This includes women-owned enterprises who are the first-hand knowledge of EU certification processes, quality standards. These results underscore the value of strategic partnerships in facilitating access to regional markets and enhancing competitiveness of SMEs. They further demonstrate Comesa's ability to act as a convener, working hand in hand with member states. Comesa institutions, including Comesa Business Council, Actesa, Africa Leather and Leather Products Institution, and COMFWIB, and partners such as the European Union to develop tangible results and impact. Allow me to warmly welcome our distinguished delegates from the European Union who share their perspectives, engage closely with enterprises from the region, and work with us to forge meaningful connections that will translate into concrete business opportunities. The milestones I have highlighted would not have been possible without the unwavering support of the European Union, whose partnership with Comesa has remained steadfast and forward-looking. We are grateful to the EU for the trust, resources, and strategic collaboration that they have provided over the years. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Comesa EU Horticulture Connect provides a timely opportunity to build on what has been achieved and to chart a positive path forward. Together, we must leverage digitalization, green growth, and inclusive value chain development to ensure that Comesa remains a competitive and sustainable market. On behalf of Comesa, I thank the European Union for your partnership, and I extend my gratitude to all our stakeholders, including member states, institutions, private sector actors, and development partners for making this important event possible. Together, Comesa and the European Union can create a future where regional integration drives prosperity and where homegrown enterprises are fully embedded in global value chains. Let this Comesa EU Horticulture Connect be the start of a tradition of closer collaboration, translating dialogue into real opportunities, and ensuring that our businesses, including those led by women, youth, are firmly embedded in regional and global value chains. This is indeed an opportunity to translate words into action and an opportunity for us to send a message to the summit that is on Thursday that the private sector is ready to work together, and partnerships such as European Union Comesa are going to unlock this type of collaboration to increase and deepen our partnerships. I thank you.
So thank you very much for those words. And again, the emphasis on the private sector, which the challenge is ours to make all of these things happen. We can, as we say in Africa, you can take the cow to the water. It's up to the cow to take up the water. Now, next we have our cabinet secretary, in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Kenya, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui.
So thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan Kibea, Minister for Mineral Resources, Energy, Industry, Trade and Tourism for Burundi, thank you and welcome. My colleague, Minister for Agriculture, CS Mutahi Kagwe, the Secretary General of the Comesa, Her Excellency Chilesha Kapwepwe, the CEO of Comesa, the Director and Master of Ceremonies, Mushahi Konyiha, the ambassadors herein present, stakeholders and development partners, good morning. Allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you to Nairobi. I know it's already been done, but I think we can never say it enough that Nairobi and Kenya welcomes you here. We have been looking forward to host this event, and we thank the Comesa Secretariat for working closely with us to make sure that it happens. And your being here is testimony to the good working engagement that we have, and we hope that we'll be able to come up with concrete solutions on some of the challenges that bedevil the region. On behalf of the Government of Kenya, I extend our warmest greetings and deep appreciation to the Comesa Secretariat, the European Union, and the Comesa Business Council for convening this timely platform. Kenya is privileged to host this event alongside the 18th Comesa Business Forum and the 24th Comesa Summit of Heads of State and Government. This platform brings together policymakers, private sector leaders, and development partners to foster new trade and investment opportunities that will strengthen horticulture value chains across our region. The horticulture sector is of immense importance to our economies as it generates employment for millions, provides export revenues, foreign exchange reserves, and also improves food and nutritional security and empowers women and youth. In Kenya alone, the sector contributes immensely to our GDP and positions us as Africa's leading exporter, with 70% of the cut flowers in the European Union, alongside with fruits and vegetables, coming from here. This experience demonstrates the potential for other Comesa member states to build strong value chains that can support employment and create opportunities across the region. This event comes at a time when our region is accelerating efforts to integrate horticulture into regional and global value chains. with the just-ended support from the EU-funded Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program, that's the RECAMP, Comesa has already strengthened SME competitiveness, supported SPS and TBT compliance, and promoted direct B2B linkages with European buyers. These achievements provide a strong foundation for us to scale under Africa trade competitiveness and market access and other similar programs. The challenges before us remain real, ranging from climate change and post-harvest losses to non-tariff barriers and the need for harmonized standards. But these challenges also present opportunities for innovation, green growth, and inclusive partnerships. It is my hope that over the course of today's discussions, new connections will be forged, new ideas will be exchanged, and concrete business opportunities unlocked between Comesa enterprises and other European counterparts. I would particularly like to urge our private sector to seize this moment. The opportunities are vast in sustainable production, value chain, regional trade, and access to the lucrative European market. But success requires greater investment and partnerships and bold innovation. It is the private sector that must drive this transformation by scaling up production, embracing standards, and building cross-border linkages that make Comesa horticulture globally competitive. Allow me, maybe just in a nutshell, to say that as Kenya also, we have been able to work on some of the things that are necessary for any investor who wants to invest in this area of horticulture, and also noting that some of the challenges we have realized in the past, including currency issues. And I think the first issue we had was on profit repatriation. So sometimes when you invest in a country, you want to be sure you can repatriate. So I think Kenya offers you can bring in $10 million, $100 million, and you can get it out at any one time. And that's very important, especially when you're in the export market. And you don't need any central bank authorization to do that. Secondly, we have a stable currency, which also allows you that when you're planning, you can, like for example, we are trading at 120.29 to the dollar, and for the last maybe 1.5 years, it has remained so. Currency fluctuation can make export business planning very complicated. So we've tried to align that. We also boast of political stability and also a dynamic youth that can help us in terms of engaging with the necessary skills that are there. So I think these are some of the issues that we are trying to work on. And for the investors who have come for this summit, I think the B2B will be very important as Kenya tries to position itself as a dedicated hub for exports. And lastly also is to say that on green energy, which is also very important, we are 93% renewable energy. And I think that becomes important, especially when you want to look at post-harvest and also the energy mix that is important in this sector, among others. With those few comments, I want to end there and once again to express our support for Comesa and all the business people who have come here in honoring this particular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the challenge is continuing for the business sector to do something about this opportunity that we have together. Next, we have the chairperson of the Comesa Council of Ministers, who is the minister from Burundi, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea. Welcome.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I will bring a French touch in this event. Excellence, le secrétaire au cabinet au ministère de l'Agriculture et du Développement de l'Élevage de la République du Kenya, Monsieur Mutahi Kagwe. Excellence, secrétaire au cabinet au ministère de l'Investissement, du Commerce, de l'Industrie, du Kenya, Excellence Monsieur Lee Kinyanyuji, Honorable Secrétaire général du Comesa, Chileche Kapwepwe, Monsieur le Président du Conseil des opérateurs économiques du Comesa, le CBC, chef des institutions du Comesa, secrétaire permanent des gouvernements, représentant des institutions gouvernementales, président aussi de l'Association des fabricants du Kenya, membre du corps diplomatique, distingués invités, tout protocole observé, bonjour. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de m'adresser à vous aujourd'hui à cette occasion très importante de l'événement Horticulture Connect du Comesa Europe qui se tient en marge du 18e Forum des affaires du Comesa. Je tiens à vous saluer et à rendre grâce à Dieu pour cette matinée assez agréable et aussi pour cet événement assez important. Je tiens aussi à exprimer ma profonde gratitude au gouvernement du Kenya et aussi au secrétariat général du Comesa, sans oublier aussi le Conseil des opérateurs économiques du Comesa pour l'organisation opportune de cette plateforme très essentielle à notre communauté. Cet événement s'ancre dans la reconnaissance que l'horticulture demeure l'un des secteurs les plus dynamiques à haute valeur ajoutée et inclusif dans nos économies. Il est crucial, non seulement pour les échanges commerciaux et la croissance, mais aussi pour la sécurité alimentaire, la création d'emplois, le renforcement de la résilience face au changement climatique. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités. Comme vous vous en souvenez, le 23e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du Comesa, que le Burundi a eu l'honneur d'accueillir à Bujumbura en octobre 2024, s'est tenu sous le thème « L'accélération de l'intégration régionale par le développement des chaînes de valeur dans le domaine de l'agriculture, résiliente au climat, de l'exploitation minière et du tourisme ». Lors de ce sommet, nos dirigeants ont réaffirmé leur engagement à bâtir des chaînes de valeur régionales résilientes, à exploiter la numérisation et à éliminer les obstacles du commerce. Le sommet a aussi également pris note des progrès réalisés dans la facilitation des échanges grâce à l'amélioration des procédures douanières, à la numérisation des systèmes de dédouanement et des réformes qui profitent directement à nos producteurs horticoles en réduisant les retards et pertes après récolte. En outre, l'élargissement du bilan alimentaire régional, de Regional Food Balance Sheet, a été approuvé, ce qui renforce notre capacité collective à prévoir, à planifier et répondre aux défis de la sécurité alimentaire dans notre région. Cela sont des décisions stratégiques qui ont un impact direct sur le secteur de l'horticulture et sur des pays tels que le Burundi. Mesdames et messieurs, le Comesa a été à la pointe du soutien au développement de l'horticulture dans toute la région. Grâce à l'accélérateur horticole Comesa EAC, mis en œuvre par l'ACTESA, notre région a réalisé des progrès considérables dans la promotion de la valeur ajoutée, le renforcement des capacités des PME et l'harmonisation des politiques pour soutenir la croissance dans le sous-secteur des fruits et des légumes. De plus, des initiatives telles que le programme Comesa d'harmonisation des semences, comme CHIP, garantissent que des semences de qualité soient accessibles au-delà des frontières. Un catalyseur essentiel dans la productivité et la compétitivité horticole. Mon pays, le Burundi, a bénéficié de ces efforts régionaux et nous envisageons un engagement plus profond dans leur mise en œuvre. Pour un pays comme le Burundi, l'horticulture représente un secteur au potentiel immense. Et cela est de même pour tous les pays de notre région. Il offre des opportunités de génération de revenus pour nos communautés rurales, d'autonomisation des femmes et des jeunes, d'amélioration de la nutrition, de création des débouchés à l'exportation vers des marchés régionaux et internationaux. Cependant, ce potentiel ne pourra pas être concrétisé que si nous investissons dans les pratiques intelligentes face au climat, si nous renforçons la gestion après récolte, les systèmes de chaîne de froid et surtout si nous nous alignons sur les normes et les exigences internationales. À cet égard, j'aimerais, au nom du gouvernement du Burundi, que les propositions exposées dans la note conceptuelle reçoivent toute l'attention nécessaire vers un soutien technique et financier complet par le biais des instruments du Comesa et de ses partenaires. Plus précisément, un soutien est requis pour les domaines d'intervention suivants. Il faudrait renforcer les chaînes de valeur horticoles résilientes au changement climatique, améliorer les infrastructures post-récolte et la chaîne du froid, développer les capacités des PME, en particulier celles dirigées par les femmes et les jeunes, résoudre les obstacles non tarifaires et harmoniser les normes sanitaires et phytosanitaires, faciliter aussi des partenariats directs entre les producteurs de nos régions et les acheteurs européens. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités. Ces propositions sont en parfaite adéquation avec les décisions qui avaient été prises lors du 23e sommet du Comesa. Elles reflètent notre ambition collective d'intégrer l'horticulture dans les chaînes de valeur régionales tout en promouvant un développement inclusif et durable. En soutenant le secteur horticole, vous ne faites pas seulement qu'autonomiser nos communautés, mais vous contribuez également à la résilience, à la compétitivité de l'ensemble de la région du Comesa. Mesdames et Messieurs, pour conclure, j'aimerais encore une fois remercier le Comesa, l'Union européenne et nos partenaires pour leur soutien constant. Continuons ensemble à travailler pour transformer notre secteur horticole en un moteur de prospérité et de résilience, d'intégration de notre communauté. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Que Dieu vous bénisse.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. And again, reminding us that one of the strengths of Comesa is we are a multilingual organization. We actually have 3 languages, English, French, and Arabic. And so if you are looking to come into the region, there is a lot of opportunity, and also for us, and a lot of opportunity to learn languages and grow in that way. So finally, we have our keynote address. And today it is from Honorable Mutai Kagwe, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Kenya. Welcome.
Asante sana. My brother, Dr. Hassan, welcome to Kenya. I understand it in French, it is bienvenue. But in case I just insulted you, I didn't know. I have no idea what it is. Distinguished guests, and let me ride on already established protocols in the interest of time. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 18th Comesa Business Forum, exhibition, and Comesa EU Horticultural Connect being held on the margins of the 24th Comesa Heads of State and Government Summit here in Nairobi, Kenya. For those of you who are here for the first time and for those of you who are guests of Kenya, I would like to say a special karibuni. Are there any guests from outside Kenya here? Non-Kenyans. Oh, my goodness. Okay, now. We'll give them a big lot of applause. And if you are near them, as we do in church, please give them a handshake. We are famous in Kenya for handshakes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Lillian, okay, we hear you. This forum, convened under the theme, and I quote, leveraging digitization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, end of quote, captures the urgency of our times. And that is to harness digital tools not merely as enablers, but as the very engine for a transformed regional economy that is competitive, resilient, and climate shocks proofed. Before the advent of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the common market for the East African and Southern Africa comprised of 21 African countries, and I won't go through reading them, and was the largest economic bloc on the continent with an estimated GDP of $1 trillion and a population of 600 million. Now you realize that the 600 million people is almost twice the United States market, almost 2 times the market of the United States. And therefore, it tells you what you can do once that demand becomes effective. It offers unparalleled investment opportunities for the horticultural sector and indeed the agricultural sector as a whole. Horticulture is not just an agricultural activity. It is a major pillar in our economy, as my colleague, Lee Kinyanjui, said. The sector consistently ranks among our top 3 foreign exchange earners, alongside tea and tourism. In 2024, Kenya's horticultural exports were valued over $1 billion, with flowers, fruits, and vegetables shipped to more than 70 countries worldwide. Cut flowers remain our flagship. We, on a daily basis, export over 60 million stems, equivalent to about 40% of all roses sold in the EU. The sector employs millions of people, and directly, youth being the main focus of that employment, and backward linkages to almost over 4 million people. Most recently, avocados and fruits are becoming Kenya's fastest growing exports, with avocado exports rising to over 128,000 metric tons in 2024, making Kenya Africa's top avocado producer. Vegetables, such as beans and peas, remain vital, especially for smallholder farmers who are active in this sector. Owing to recent challenges with stricter European market entry requirement, the government is strengthening compliance systems as well as seeking out new markets in other areas of the world. And at this point, I would like to thank the European Union for the great trade relationship that we have with the European Union, but also seek indulgence from the European Unions as to create a predictable way of operating. We have got too many changing goalposts, and each 6 months, 7 months, a year, we shift to something else. And I would like to appeal that we remain steady in terms of the requirements of the European Union. And why European Union? Why EU? Why are we calling it EU and Comesa Connect? It's because there is a special relationship. Different countries have different special relationships. We too have a special relationship. And the special relationship is between Africa, and particularly Comesa, and the European Union, because of history, because of geography, because of other issues, and that special relationship is something we should foster. So as a government then, in order for us to make sure that that happens, we have taken bold steps to strengthen and modernize horticulture. And these steps include launching the National Horticulture Traceability System in April 2025 to ensure farm-to-market transparency and compliance with export standards. We have also secured trade deals with the European Union and the UK that guarantee duty-free, quota-free access to our exports and forging logistic partnerships with the Netherlands to ease cold chain transport. You will all remember that the King of the Netherlands was here sometime early this year for the same, and those discussions were key to the visit. Supporting farmers with fertilizer subsidies, certified planting materials, that is seed and seedlings, and training on good agricultural practices, particularly in avocado and floriculture. Partnering with Italy through the Lab Innova program to train exporters on European market requirements and establish a horticulture center of excellence. And at this point, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize those who are in the horticulture farming business. Sometimes we talk about these things as if they are happening somewhere in the air. But there are people sitting here. Would are there any horticulture farmers here, the exporters, the ones in Naivasha, elsewhere? Are any of you here? Any of the farmers here? Any of the farmers, the horticultural farmers? One? There is one at the back. I want you to send a message that we recognize the effort, because without you, the discussions we are having today would not be possible. It is only possible because some farmers have put their money where their mouth is and have invested in the country so that we can be the country of horticulture and flowers, as we proudly say to the rest of the world. So our priority now is the reduction and eventual elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers that hinder intra-regional trade. Our farmers and agribusiness cannot thrive if their produce is delayed at borders by cumbersome procedures, duplicative inspections, or unpredictable fees. Kenya, therefore, strongly supports the institutionalization of NTB and SPS task forces at both national and regional levels to resolve trade bottlenecks swiftly. And we are happy that our trade minister is here and taking charge of all those things. And we are going to work very closely internally with the Ministry of Trade as the Ministry of Agriculture. So Kenya is committed to working with Comesa member states to harmonize the standards, digitize customs procedures, and to adopt mutual recognition agreements on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. By doing so, we will cut transaction costs, reduce post-harvest losses of perishable goods, and enhance the competitiveness of our horticultural exports in regional and global markets. For Kenya, minimizing NTBs is not just a technical agenda. It is a practical commitment to enable farmers and traders, especially SMEs, to access markets more easily within Comesa region and to unlock full promise of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area at the continental level. So we are discussing the issue of trade and horticulture with the European Union. But I think sometimes we forget the potential of trade within Comesa itself. And I can tell you that I am very, very glad to say that one of the areas that is showing great promise in cut flowers is Nigeria, our colleagues in Nigeria. And I would like to urge the Comesa countries to become consumers of cut flowers, for example, if it is possible to please somebody in the European Union with a bunch of flowers, it should be possible to please somebody within the Comesa region with a bunch of flowers. After all, Valentine is Valentine, you know. So I am convinced that these measures, particularly that of domestic demand creation, will ensure that we remain globally competitive while safeguarding the livelihoods of our farmers. At the same time, the horticultural sector has also struggled with air freight capacity shortages. And I want to say this because I want the sector to recognize that we are aware of the air freight capacity shortages and escalating transport costs, which in 2024 led to major losses in flower exports, with farms, in some cases, unable to ship their blooms to markets in good time. The challenges highlighted, however, just underline the vulnerabilities in the horticultural value chain and the urgent need for resilience-building measures across trade, logistics, finance, and climate adaptation. Horticulture is not only Kenya's story, it is Comesa's opportunity. Collectively, our region has the right climate conditions, the land, the innovation, and the markets to transform fruits, vegetables, and flowers into billions of dollar industries that drive inclusive and sustainable growth. With this in mind, the Comesa EU Horticulture Connect is an excellent initiative designed to facilitate direct linkages of our exports to the EU buyers, provide technical knowledge on the alignment of quality standards, and showcase the immense potential of agribusiness within the two areas. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to propose that we need to unlock horticulture's promise in the region. We must trade with each other, but we must also train with each other. That is why Kenya is offering opportunities within the region in two fronts. One is that our agricultural colleges, the Kenya agricultural colleges, have been and are training people within the region for the horticultural sector. We have offered, for example, opportunities to countries within the East African and West African region for training opportunities. And I would like to ask the European Union to partner with us to revamp our agricultural colleges, particularly in the digitization of the colleges, so that agripreneurs or extension officers who are observing the horticultural growth remain extremely trained people. Digitization and the digital ecosystem that we are creating in the agricultural colleges is what is going to inform efficient farming and consequently inform more money in the farmers' pockets, both large scale and otherwise. For the horticultural sector, for those in Naivasha and other places, we have given you this opportunity where we can train your own people within the agricultural colleges so that you can save money and save time and create opportunities for young people within the country who are experts in it. As an example, about 300 people, 347 actually people, from the Kenya agricultural colleges are now in the UK, partnering with partners in the UK so that they can train at the highest levels of farming, at the highest levels of pesticide control, at the highest levels of efficient use of fertilizers and other inputs for farming so that they can reduce the cost of production and the cost of farming here in our nation. So in conclusion, therefore, the horticultural sector is proof that with the right vision, policies and partnerships, agriculture can be more than subsistence. It can be a key driver of economic growth, innovation, and global competitiveness. In closing, allow me to commend the Comesa Secretariat, Madam Shilesha Kapwepe. Thank you so much for all the good work that you are doing at the Secretariat with your entire team in Lusaka and elsewhere. We recognize the effort. We don't take it for granted. The Comesa Business Council, thank you very much. Yeah, give them a lot of applause. Thank you, Mushai and the team. The Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and particularly our European partners for convening this very important platform. Together, let us aim to digitally empower the horticultural sector, strengthen regional trade, and propel Comesa towards a future of sustainable and inclusive growth. I thank you.
So we'd like to take a photo of all the speakers. Please come and join the speaker, our chief speaker. Where are the photo people? Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. So we'll just take, oh, sorry, your badge? Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Thank you. And then we have a small token for a moment from the CBC for all our speakers by our CEO, Teddy Sobramanen. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And we will allow you now to. Asante sana.
Well done, my friend.
Yes. Yes. So thank you very much, everyone, and especially our speakers with the challenges for us. So now we are going to take a tea break for about 15 minutes. So if we can be back here at 11:20 to continue the program. So we'll now take a short tea break. Thank you very much.
Welcome
to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from Kenya, city skylines to wild writings, ideas travel fast, conferences and exhibitions destination, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever. sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just opportunities felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference is the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean.
Of many firsts in the world, Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
The Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program, RECAMP, funded by the European Union and implemented by Comesa, is empowering women entrepreneurs across the region. In Eswatini, this mission is led by the Comesa Federation of Women in Business. Eswatini, or Comfweb Eswatini chapter, with the support of the RECAMP Technical Assistance Facility, or TAF, an initiative under RECAMP which provides targeted training, mentorship, and market linkages to support women in the agribusiness value chain. Through the TAF initiative, women and youth are gaining the skills, tools, and opportunities they need to transform the beef value chain. TAF feedlot success is inspiring. The approach to business has raised the standards for everyone in the region, and the networking established with RECAM's help has been invaluable. It all begins with knowledge. Over 200 women and youth have been trained in feedlot management, feed production, and feed formulation.
We learn how to see when the cow is ready for market. We learned about different farming skills, how to mix or make your own feed for the cattle. Where do we store the feed for a better and healthy for the cattle? We also learn about controlling diseases in our.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meeting.
What you are seeing behind me is the construction of the Muchinji Small-Scale Cross-Border Traders Market. The program's aim. What you are seeing behind me is the construction of the Muchinji Small-Scale Cross-Border Traders Market. The program's aim was to facilitate the formalization of informal small-scale cross-border trade and also to improve the livelihoods of small-scale.
Started last year and is almost completed. 90% of the works has been done. This down floor, I'm very much sure it will accommodate not less than 150 traders. We also created an outside space. This space will also accommodate not less than 300 traders. When this market is completed, it will benefit us a lot because a number of our traders, they are trading along the road.
Our structures are supposed to support intra-regional trade within Comesa. From our experience, we do have traders that are even coming in all the way from Tanzania to come and trade in Malawi, to come and trade in Zambia.
The EU is the people who funded the project, and we thank them very much for what they did and what they are doing.
Our small-scale traders are supported by ZRA through the simplified trade regime. Of course, there is an agreement between member states of the Comesa.
They've got a simplified list of goods, of products, and the maximum is $2,000. Within $2,000, those are the people who qualify. The STR helps them to pay less duty.
I've seen a huge volume of small-scale traders at the border. Instead of using Zarewa, now the small-scale traders, they see that it's important to use the normal routes, to use the border to clear their goods.
So Port Health is providing a lot to ensure that whatever is coming from the other country, going to the other country, is being looked at.
Well, it's a risk management. We have to handle it with care so that we are having a clean farming environment.
In the past, a clearance that could take about 1 hour or so, or 2-3 hours, at the moment starts from maybe 30 minutes or so to clear. He can meet every officer or every assistance that he requires at the same place.
The coming of Comesa has brought a lot of change and a lot of benefits, not only to the border, also to the community.
Comesa has been implementing the cross-border traders initiative program that was introduced in 2018.
Challenge monga pa boda kuti atipangire clear machedwa. Mwino kafika hapo 10 hours kuti upangire clear imafika 14.
When they are crossing the border, maybe they can meet with some middlemen. They can harass them.
At least at the border, we should be saved as
quickly as possible to save time.
In the past, we didn't know what type of goods should we pay tax. We are just using illegal routes, not knowing that these items, some of them, we cannot pay tax.
Kuona kwa monga vakuenda pasogolo yamene tipasa amount ya pa boda angaikireko uchoka pa 2000 aikeko inangu kuti tichosauka tundu yambiri pa nthawi imodzi.
Comesa is constructing these 4 border markets, so it will link the traders to do business within the region or the outside Comesa region, for sure.
Chamene tifuna, that's why tufuna market ya Comesa ya cross border, so that olo tipe kogulisira iseva cross border tifuni kuenda mu market yatu.
Since this was introduced, we don't delay at the border. Like, for example, those who need border pass, we go to the other side where there is no big queues.
We are really enjoying this program. We are really appreciating the Comesa that they have been bringing programs that are in need for small-scale cross-border traders.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the 4th largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life, world-famous sights and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
The Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program, RECAMP, funded by the European Union and implemented by Comesa, is empowering women entrepreneurs across the region. In Eswatini, this mission is led by the Comesa Federation of Women in Business. Eswatini, or Comfweb Eswatini chapter, with the support of the RECAMP Technical Assistance Facility, or TAF, an initiative under RECAMP which provides targeted training, mentorship, and market linkages to support women in the agribusiness value chain. Through the TAF initiative, women and youth are gaining the skills, tools, and opportunities they need to transform the beef value chain. TAF feedlot success is inspiring. The approach to business has raised the standards for everyone in the region, and the networking established with RECAMP's help has been invaluable. It all begins with knowledge. Over 200 women and youth have been trained in feedlot management, feed production, and feed formulation.
We learn how to see when the cow is ready for market. We learned about different farming skills, how to mix or make your own feed for the cattle, where do we store the feed for better and healthy for the cattle. We also learn about controlling diseases in our kraal and also how to build the kraal. Sometimes you see others doing feedlots and you go for it without knowing what kind or type of cattle that is has to be in the feedlot.
By supplying quality breeding stock, the program opened the gates for women and youth to fully participate in the beef value chain.
Once you select the right and perfect and the good quality, it helps in the adaptation of the cattle. They adapt easily, they are safer from disease, and it helps to save medication and also the quality meat that is needed in the market.
With beef production rising, finding markets became essential. The program identified buyers, both local and international, ensuring that Eswatini's beef could find its way to dinner tables near and far.
As Eswatini, we first heard about market linkages opportunities through Confab under Comesa under the project called Recamp, and we appreciate it. We now have confidence in our buyers, wherein we have precise agreements on how they will be buying from us. It's very easy because now we are in the market and we know where to access that feed. So for us, it's just as easy as APC.
The Recamp TAF training wasn't just about quantity, it was about quality. Farmers learned to meet sanitary and phytosanitary standards with locally produced feed. The benefits? Reduced costs and increased control over their supply chain. The Eswatini TAF initiative has sown seeds of transformation for the people, in communities and across the beef sector. With continued commitment, the journey of empowerment is just beginning.
This beef thing used to be a men's thing, so it has broken the barriers now. Even women can do it, and it's a good business for us. As chairperson of Confab Eswatini, I would encourage all the women, the youth, to come and join Confab so that we are all able to benefit from all these good things that we get from Comesa, EU, as Confab.
This transformation from initial assessments to successful exports proves that with knowledge, opportunity and dedication, the positive changes happening now will lead to lasting growth and empowerment in Eswatini's beef industry and beyond. In the heart of Eswatini, a quiet revolution is taking place. This is the story of the Asfeleni Cooperative, a group of determined women who, with the support of Recamp, are transforming their community.
The Comesa Confab Recamp training helped us a lot. It gave us training on how to manage, how to secure markets, how the products must be, the hygiene, the packaging, the branding.
Recamp's focus on financial literacy and strategic planning provided the missing pieces. They learned to build robust business plans, transforming their vision into a tangible strategy.
After the training of Comesa and Confab, we managed to get loans from the savings groups to improve our business and also to get overdraft from the bank so that we can be able to help the business to grow.
Through financial literacy training, they gained the skills needed to prepare structured and goal-oriented business plans. As a result, they successfully approached the bank for a loan, which contributed to increased membership and secured a supply agreement. Their strategic planning opened doors to partnerships with major retailers, ensuring a stable market for their products.
Through this partnership, we were able to get funding to support our local SMEs, and SEDCO being the local partner in Eswatini was able to provide localized support.
The impact extended far beyond the cooperative itself. It became a catalyst for regional growth, boosting employment and enhancing local food security.
Nowadays, women are the ones that are taking care of the
their families. So the support really goes a long way. If they support one woman, it will benefit the whole homestead.
Overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya,
Partnering with Pick and Pay was a major achievement. It provided the women entrepreneurs with consistent sales and stability.
European Union, Comesa, and RECAP. We thank you so much for believing in us, in our potential, and to walking with us this journey to the success. The knowledge that you gave us, everything we really appreciate.
The journey of the Asphileni Cooperative is a powerful testament to the transformative power of education, strategic partnership, and unwavering determination. What began as a local initiative has blossomed into a beacon of economic empowerment and community development, demonstrating how targeted support like that provided by RECAMP can create ripple effects with the promise of long-term impact. The success of these women in Eswatini offers a compelling blueprint
is an exhibition destination.
example, just 2 days ago, we had 5 tons of fine beans in the Manchester airport stopped for 2 days. And the reason is because there's a new regulatory requirement to have a stamp on your pallets to say that your pallets have been treated. That's a new regulation that we're not aware of that sort of caught us in arrears. And that's just one example in just 2 days. If I go back another month, you probably have many, many more examples of such also, where the regulatory environment is constantly changing. Even for things like maximum residual levels, it's also similar, where there is non-stop updates in terms of what is allowed, the minimum limits, maximum limits for chemicals also. So that could be quite challenging for exporters to stay on top of. And I think what makes it also more difficult is there isn't a sort of cohesive information source for this. You need to get that information from many different sources, bring it together and translate it into what it means for your business. So that could be quite challenging. I think the more obvious challenges are things like the cost of certifications. So at Souk, we have Global Gap, we have SMETA, we have LEAF, we have GRASP, we have BRC, HACCP, and I can keep going for hours. But what is quite interesting about all these exhibitions, all these certificates is they all cover majority of the same things. Global Gap, GRASP, and LEAF, they cover good agricultural practice, food safety, etc. Same with BRC, it's mostly about food safety and packaging. SMETA is social sustainability, which is also covered by Global Gap. So there is quite a lot of sort of duplication in certifications, which brings a lot of cost also to the growers, because each certification, depending on your certifying body, could cost you anywhere from $1,000 to even up to $5,000, depending on the certification, and that's excluding the cost of infrastructure you need for that certification also. So this could be quite challenging, especially for smallholder farmers who we work with also. I think I will pause for now, because if you give me the chance, I will be talking for the next 3 hours. So please don't tempt me with a good time, I would say.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. I know since you are in the business, definitely you have many more challenges to share with us. Moving ahead, let me ask Mr. Todros from Ethiopia. How can farmer cooperative reduce the cost and the complexity of compliance with EU standard?
Thank you, Providence. I think it's well articulated by my brother. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are a number of certification schemes with similar parameters as well. I know there are initiatives to harmonize those initiatives, but it has to go through in an expedited manner. The differences are quite small. Coming to the cooperatives, I think the cooperatives can play quite pivotal role in terms of certification issues. For example, right now, Global Gap has allowed the option to certification scheme in which smallholder farmers can be certified together. But unpacking the issues to the local context is quite critical and important. And cooperatives can play this role. They can play a role in capacity building, undertaking internal audit systems, building the capacity of documentation and the like. These are the critical deficiencies usually with regard to smallholder farmers. The second role that they could play is, dealing with perishable products. It requires having smart and efficient agro-logistic setup. Without efficient and smart agro-logistic setup, it's quite difficult to be competitive in the perishable industry. I think Jose has mentioned the details. So cooperatives can foster a role with regard to establishing, communal pack houses, cold trucks, cold warehouses, and the like. This is a role that they can play. Otherwise, the cost for individual smallholder farmers is quite expensive. The other role that they could play is they can foster a relationship with institutions. Fortunately, there are different institutions that are supporting various certification schemes. COLID is there. COLID has been trying to support different institutions, but cooperatives can play a role to foster linkage with such type of institutions. We have PEM in this panel. PEM is also playing quite important role in terms of building the capacity of farmer organizations, producing companies and the like. They can foster also this role. They can also avail digital tools that are affordable and accessible to the smallholder farmers as well. Unless we create these ecosystems, the landscape for certification is changing, and it's changing very fast. And the cost is coming only to producers. If I draw comparison post-COVID period, everything is building on producers. The cost of logistics is kept on skyrocketing. The cost of input is increasing. The cost of compliance is increasing. Everything is increasing on producers. It requires a joint action from all the supply chain actors. But I think cooperatives need to be proactive to work with different stakeholders and minimizing the cost of certification as well. Thank you.
Thank you for those insights, and it is well noted. As we move ahead, let me invite Mr. Peter from PUM. Beyond compliance, smallholder farmers struggle with connecting to EU buyers. What practical steps can be taken to strengthen market linkages and trust between farmers and the European market? Importance.
Yes. You sent me the question on beforehand, and I really thought about it, and I checked it with a lot of people, but we all agreed about the fact that smallholders will never enter into a relationship with retailers directly. That's impossible. I think the two solutions that we have to offer are sitting in the middle of this important line of important people. The cooperative and the export company. They know what regulations they have to face and they have to meet. They know everything about the paperwork. Unfortunately, and I fully recognize the problem that we have so many certificates because we are the European Union, but let's say the union is not always there. So that is very costly, and that's maybe an issue that we should raise on, let's say, the high level in the discussions of Comesa and the EU. So, in a nutshell, I would say that's the answer to your question.
Thank you. And I think we are in agreement by hearing the experience that both Rashid and Todros and Hosea shared. We are in agreement with your response. Yes, let's invite now our colleague from KEFIS, Madam Janet. How can Comesa and the EU work together more effectively to support compliances with SPS and TBT measures?
Sorry for that. My name is Janet Odongo. I'm representing the MD KEFIS, Professor Theophilus Mtui. He sends his greetings and kind regards. He's held in a meeting today just to be able, we have our auditors from the European Union who are auditing our systems the whole of this week and next week for continued compliance. So kindly receive his regards. On the question of how we can collaborate, the Comesa region and the EU, how they can collaborate just so that we increase compliance. Currently, the challenges that we face as an organization in supporting farmers to be able to be compliant and meet the EU regulations, we could start with capacity building. Capacity building for our farmers, capacity building for our exporters, capacity building for government agencies that are involved in assisting the farmers all the way from the farm to the point of exit. We could also, Comesa and EU could also come in and help us with upgrading or upscaling our diagnostic labs so that we could also get more equipment to be able to carry out the tests that we carry, the diagnostic tests that we carry, the tests that we carry for checking the exceedance of maximum residue levels in our produce that goes to EU. So having more staff that are trained, having more equipment that are actually very high-tech could be able to help us to beat the turnaround time. And then also we have the digital platform that we use to serve our clients because you can imagine the turnaround times that are required to be able to have the fresh produce, the perishables, exit the country. So currently we have the IEICS, that is the Integrated Import and Export Certification System. So upgrading it to a more efficient version really would really come in handy to be able to really just help us so that we are able to offer these services in good time, and the turnaround time is good. And then the before speakers have also spoken about the infrastructure. They've spoken about cold chain storages that could be of great help to our farmers, if, especially the smallholder farmers who are not able to put in place cold chain storages at their pack houses or facilities. If the Comesa and EU could come in to put up aggregation points with cold chain storage, that would really come in handy to be able to help our farmers. So really, there's a lot that can be done. There is space to do that. KEFIS is a focal point that can be able to really just bring everybody on board and see what can be done so that we have better market. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Janet. The good things we have both of my boss here, the Assistant Secretary General of Programs, and the Assistant Secretary General in charge of Admin and Finance. We have our EU representative of the EU delegation to Zambia and the Comesa in the room, and some of the solution you have provided, we're already working on it in an ongoing program. I think we'll even strengthen it more in the upcoming program on Africa competitiveness and access to market that the EU is funding and will be implementing soon. Thank you for highlighting that and coming from the member state to really show that what we are doing at the Secretariat is really solving the need of the member state. As we go ahead with our last round of questions, again, going back to Mr. Hosea, what investments are most urgently needed to support exports of horticulture to EU?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I do not work for Safaricom. But this week I have decided to carry this notebook because we are talking about digitizing trade. And for those of you who are familiar with these guys called Safaricom, they have revolutionized the way we do things here in Kenya and part of the ESC, that I can send money from my account to his account in less than a minute. You know how much? Euros. And that we can transact business. What is needed yesterday is, number one, internet. You know, the Great Republic of Kenya had one athlete who learned how to do javelin from YouTube, and he went on to the international stage and won a gold medal. Right? That's what it means. So some farmer somewhere within Comesa, having internet, can be able to learn actually how to grow certain crops, take care of certain, vegetables or flowers or fruits, and learn how to manage pests and diseases from internet, and learn what is needed within the African market or within the EU. So internet connectivity, yesterday, in every village. And we are requesting our governments, if they can spend a little money, put some little money where their mouths are in infrastructure to do the roads and electricity, so that we are able to get to the last miles of the villages, and then the people who are on the farms can actually control the temperatures of the produce that they harvest. That is needed. I know I will not be in the room on 9th when they sit. For those of you who will be in the room, please tell them I have said that they need to ensure that every village has electricity and that the roads are motorable so that we can move our horticulture produce. Then we need to ensure that we maintain quality of the produce that we have. Because I can tell you, Solanum tuberosum, as we call it, the potato, here in Kenya we call it waru, grown in Europe, grown in Africa, grown within Comesa, same variety. But how we move it from point X to Y and how we store it is dependent on the infrastructure that we have. So we need to invest on infrastructure that maintains the integrity and quality of fresh produce. And because we are in a business called just in time, we need to, I don't know how, but we need to find a system of encouraging the vessels, whether by sea or by air, that move our fresh produce from our Comesa partner states to the European Union and the UK. And I can tell you, the EU will continue to be an important partner in trade. And you heard our CS talk about it in the morning. Probably around about 70% of all that we export from Kenya, for example, is to the EU 27 and the UK. It doesn't mean that other markets are not important, but we are looking at expanding to other markets as well. But we need to have good internet, nice roads, electricity, and efficiency so that we are able to move our produce from the farms to the plates of the households within the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insights. And Mr. Peter, what digital tools can help smallholder farmers access EU market? And what role can digital platform or blockchain traceability play in directly connecting EU buyer with smallholder producers?
Okay. Now, as you heard, am I switched on?
Yeah, it's on.
The previous speaker already said that with respect to infrastructure, internet is, of course, very important. And without internet, we shouldn't discuss about, let's say, platforms to make registrations. I fully understand that infrastructure is one of the key problems for, in particular, smallholders to expand and to become involved in export through the cooperatives and exporters. But I've been traveling in Kenya in the past week, and what I also noticed is that knowledge, and the CS also referred to it, is one of the other key issues that should be addressed. And then in particular with respect to the use of chemicals for crop protection, fertilizers. I read on the internet that the export of vegetables in Kenya fell down from $340 million in 2023 to $156 million in 2024. And it had to do with exceeding MRL, so the maximum residue levels. And that, of course, is something that should be in control. And if you look to the European Union, and I talk about the Netherlands first, is that you see that we have the obligation in the Netherlands that in 2040 there are no emissions anymore to the environment. So there is no way to make sure that the environment is suffering from production systems. And it has also serious impact for the use of chemicals. And in fact, the availability of the pesticides already is reducing year by year. That means also that exports from other countries to the EU will also facing that certain chemicals are not applicable and allowed anymore. And that also hampers, let's say, the means for the producers here to grow a healthy crop. So that is something that, I think knowledge development and then internet helps, of course, so you can do a lot online. Last week I noticed that let's say the young growers, the young future generation that is very familiar with all kinds of social media with their phone. They can do learning exercises by phone. That segment should be taken very well care of. And there it begins, I think.
Thank you very much for that, and it is well noted. And Mr. Rashid, if you could speak directly to EU buyer here today, we have some in the rooms. What would you like them to know about the potential of Comesa horticulture farmers?
Thank you, Providence, for that. So I think if we have EU buyers in the room, I think the first thing I'll say is pay more. That's number one. Oh, great. So pay more. But more seriously, I think maybe the first thing I'll start with is to talk about the potential. Because if you look at the Comesa region, we're actually blessed beyond what we think. Because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Comesa region is actually the closest region to EU where you can produce year-round very easily. The next best thing is probably South America, which is at least, I would say, 50% more in terms of transit times, and also cost also. So I think we really, really underestimate the advantage we have in the Comesa region for producing year-round for fruit and vegetables. For fruit, it's easy. Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, we can easily produce vegetables all year round. For avocados, if you look at all our seasons combined, we can supply year-round to the EU market also. So the question is, why don't we take advantage of that? That's number one. I think if I look at also a lot of our relationships with our EU partners, it's mostly based on trade. And if there's one thing I'd like to really urge our EU buyers, I saw a few hands up, great, I'll be catching you afterwards also, but if there's one thing I could really emphasize on is, let's think of a relationship beyond just trade. I will tell you 2 experiences I've had in the last 6 years, and that really, really, I guess, shook me to a core. I was in Nigeria recently trying to sell avocados to one of the largest supermarket chains in Nigeria. And I showed them our Hass avocados from Rwanda, and the gentleman said to me, "Oh, wow, these are beautiful avocados. You guys have Dutch avocados in Rwanda." So I think we have a few folks from Netherlands here. I think we all know that probably you don't have one single tree of Hass avocados in the Netherlands. So, or you maybe one in your back garden, in a greenhouse, most likely. But that was quite shocking to think of a buyer. This is a buyer, by the way, not realizing that just down the road, 4 hours flight away or 3.5 hours, depending on where you are, he can actually get Hass avocados. So what that means is our avocados from the Comesa region take a nice trip to the Netherlands. They go on holiday, enjoy the winter. They are repackaged and then sent back to places like West Africa. So if we think of a relationship around partnership, then that avocado can still go straight to, let's say, Nigeria or Ghana. But then it's a tripartite agreement where everybody unlocks value. Because what we've done now is we've just given quite a lot of nice value away to logistics, as opposed to actually just doing the same and keeping that value within the business. Same thing for flowers, by the way. I'm not sure if you're aware, we import a lot of flowers all across the continent from Europe. But those flowers, we actually, I think our Honorable Minister mentioned, we export about 40% or 43% of flowers into EU comes from Kenya, which is incredible. So I think we need to really start thinking about how do we actually deepen our partnerships or our relationship beyond trade. I was having dinner with a Peruvian exporter, with one of our importers from the UK recently. And they were telling me about a lot of the initiatives that they were investing in together. And the retail supermarket in the UK was actually investing directly in social sustainability initiatives in the Peruvian growers or outgrowers farms. That is, and of course, what that means is that they're actually directly also benefiting from a more socially responsible sourcing. And I don't think we have a lot of things like that across the Comesa region. A lot of it is still around trade. I mean, I can speak about myself. I don't have my retailers in Europe investing in my farms yet. And the reason is Europe is still, or Africa is still somewhat seen as risky investment. So it's about limiting exposure and focusing on trade and imports, which is okay. But I think if we can supply reliably, then I think we can also absorb a little bit of additional investment in terms of deepening the partnerships to really, really unlock our value. So thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing those insights. And moving forward, Mr. Theodros, can you share example of smallholder farmers or cooperative who have successfully penetrated the EU market and what made them successful?
A very good question, Providence. Yeah. Before that, let me tell you the story of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a late entrant into the supply chain of horticulture, but within a span of 2 decades, now horticulture is among the top 3 forex earner to the national economy. How was the trajectory? Ethiopian Airlines invested a lot during the good days, I would say, before the carbon footprint discussions. I myself was also in the logistics. That gives us the capacity. Ethiopian Airlines kept on investing a lot in the freighter capacity as well as in the passenger belly. And the government came up with policies. And then there was massive promotion of investment and outgrower schemes as well. So within a short period of time, the growth is from grass to grace, becoming among the top 3 forex earners to the national economy. And the trickle-down effect is quite a lot in Ethiopia from the horticulture segment, especially the floriculture industry. We are the second largest now after Kenya. This trajectory needs to be replicated into the fruit and vegetable segment. This is where cooperatives, smallholder farmers are in the picture. So what are the success factors? Number 1, producers, they have to know the trends and the patterns of the market as well. They have to know the seasons, and they have to focus on quality. This day, sustainability is a lot. Sea freight is a lot in the agenda. So the importers, the retailers, they are giving focus on these things. Consistency is also the most critical point. If you are not consistent, there is no excuse from the side of importers as well. And in Africa, smallholders are fragmented. Their land holding is quite small, so aggregation is the most critical point 1. So logistics, again, is quite critical. If I tell you an example in Ethiopia, in the northern part of the country, we have a cooperative called Salam Avocado Producers. What they did, their land holding is for some of them below 1 hectare, but they managed to aggregate their plots together and worked on the certification schemes. But previously, it was a challenge. Now, with the Group 2 option of Global Gap, they managed to certify. They are not dealing with retailers, but they are dealing with importers and middlemen as well to catalyze. Brokers for me are important. At times they are dispatched, but they play quite crucial and important role as far as they support the process as well. So this was how they manage. For 2 years, their logistics was in challenge. Ethiopia is a landlocked country, and the cost of reefer container was quite expensive, but because of some challenge, we are using the port of Djibouti. At times they lost the vessels, but now they are becoming quite perfect in terms of handling logistics as well. They are working with shipping companies closely. Planning is also the most quite critical point. There is no excuse on the side of importers if you miss the vessel and the like. So I think these are the critical issues. So as Comesa, I think we need to repurpose. We need to retrain as well our smallholder farmers. The market is a lot, as Jose was saying. And we have also preferential treatment by the European Union. Ethiopia and other countries were on the scheme of everything but arms preferential treatment. There is no quota and tariff on us. And the market is a lot. And fortunately, the cost of doing business in the Comesa region is quite competitive if we draw comparison with other regions as well. The agroecology is also quite suitable, and our proximity to European Union is also an exceptional advantage, I would say. So this has to be changed into meaningful economical gains. For that to happen, I think we need to have proactively structured engagements as well. So this is what I can offer.
Thank you for sharing the success story from Ethiopia and also what we can do to replicate it. Let me invite Madam Janet again. What practical steps should be prioritized to ensure that horticultural products from Comesa country can enter EU market more smoothly?
Thank you. That's a timely question, very timely indeed. I think the first thing really is, because the main bottleneck, it comes in with the market requirements. the fact being able to make sure that farmers at the Comesa region are able to meet the market requirements to be able to push through their produce to the international market really comes in key. So therefore, we would need training on the part of our farmers so that they are aware and they are able to comply with the market requirements. Actually, allow me to say they are ever-changing market requirements because they are ever-changing and the conditions are becoming stricter by day, giving us a lot of problems with interceptions at the countries of destination. So therefore, really training, and building capacity for our farmers, for our government agencies, so that we are able to be competitive with the people we are competing or racing with in the international market. The others have been spoken, but there is no problem. I could still highlight in terms of logistics, making sure that the fresh produce, especially from farm to fork, making sure that the time that is spent in between when the produce is harvested at the farm to the time that it lands over to the table of the consumer, by trying really to bring in and bridge the gap so that we hasten that process. That would also be good. And that one would be done by really looking into one of the also bottlenecks in that section are the freight charges. And really, the other day, I think we were there with Hosea in Naivasha, Suswa, and we were trying to see how we could also have the rail deliver fresh produce from Naivasha all the way to Mombasa for the people who are doing by sea shipments. And we coined a small saying that was saying, Suswa, Reli, Bakameli. But the process was to take off some times back, but it has not taken off because really we are still haggling about the charges. So really, if we have Comesa and you come in and really help us, even maybe help subsidize the charges, the freight charges, in the cases especially like this particular example that I've given, so that it picks up, even if it is subsidized for just some time, as the Naivasha region picks up, that would really go a long way into really helping us to be able to bridge the gap. Yes. And then I also spoke about our testing capacity. Here in Kenya, KEFIS boasts of having the Comesa reference lab, so we are not doing badly, but upgrading and upscaling these labs would really help so that we improve on our detections, we improve on our turnaround time, so that we are able to give our farmers, we are able to give feedback really in good time. So apart from that, I take a break.
Yes, thank you, Madam Janet. I wish time was on our side because there is a lot. This was an overview about the horticulture sector, the opportunity and the challenges. So before we conclude this session now, I will turn to the audience. We have about 5 minutes to wrap up. If there is anyone with a question, we can pick, yes, 3. So we start with our guests from the EU. The mic, please. The technical team. Yes. So we just be one question, please, and then be concise and direct. There's a gentleman here in front, the next one, and there is another one behind. So,
thank you. One question. Why are the flight charges so high from Africa to the EU? What's the reason? And why are they more?
All right.
Falling away? No. Why are the rates more competitive from the EU, for example?
Okay. The question, I think, yes, Jose will answer, but let's pick the 3 questions. There's a gentleman here in the front.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Okay. Oui, je commence d'abord par féliciter ce qui s'est passé ici, en commençant par Merci beaucoup. Je peux parler? Ok. Merci. Je voulais dire, je commence d'abord par féliciter tout ce qui s'est passé, la semaine d'ouverture, et féliciter les panélistes pour la qualité de leur présentation. Ma préoccupation réside dans 2 points. La première préoccupation, si nous jetons le regard dans la salle, c'est pratiquement difficile de distinguer qui est Kenyan, qui est Congolais, qui est, c'est pas moi, Namibien, Zambien. C'est très difficile. Et l'Excellence l'a dit, soulevez les mains, vous qui n'êtes pas Kenyan. Ça pour dire quoi? Que ces barrières que nous nous mettons nous-mêmes nous posent problème. Parce que je vois déjà qui ressemblent à des Congolais, à des Kenyans. Je ne sais pas différencier. Ça, c'est très important comme ma réflexion. Dire que nous sommes un. Et par là, maintenant, je pose la question aux investisseurs africains qui sont devant moi. Mes chers entrepreneurs, pourquoi vous n'avez pas le regard vers l'Afrique? Développer votre business dans l'Afrique. Arriver à avoir nos réglementations propres pour écouler nos produits. Si vous ne le faites pas, c'est parce que nous sommes pauvres, nous les Africains. Nous n'avons pas l'argent pour acheter vos produits frais. Raison pour laquelle vous voulez aller en Europe. Là, comme notre ami du Rwanda a dit, beaucoup de contraintes. Notre ami de l'Union européenne, il a parlé de tarifs élevés. Il en est de même pour notre ami qui venait de l'Éthiopie. Pourquoi aller là où il y a beaucoup de contraintes? Pourquoi aller là où il y a beaucoup de problèmes? Au lieu de se retourner vers vos frères africains et vendre dans nos régions africaines. Voilà ma préoccupation. Okay. Si vous pouvez m'aider à comprendre. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Last question. There's a gentleman in right blue.
Well, thank you very much. I want to go directly to the question. My name is Festus, member. My question concerns emerging trends in modern flora genetics and the challenge of genetically modified organisms and their effect on human health. And lastly, what efforts has the European Union taken to deepen legislation on chemical compounds used in perishable logistics? Because again, they have a crucial impact on human health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Peter, can you help with the last question? Hosea, respond to the first. Theodros, you do the third one, please.
Now, of course, legislation with respect to the application of chemicals is based on human health. It is also why it is going to be reduced and more strict than ever. And it's also why we head up to, let's say, a situation where chemical crop protection is almost banned out of the production system, and that growers are more or less obliged to use natural solutions and, let's say, improve the soil, for instance, to get a more resilient crop, so that we can just do without those chemicals that affect health. So that's why.
Okay. Thank you. Hosea?
Yeah, thank you. Let me make an attempt to explain why the freight charges out of Africa are high. Now, I want you to imagine that you own an aircraft. Call it Boeing 747, the queen of the skies, and it's a cargo plane. Now, to fly from Nairobi to Heathrow or Nairobi to Schiphol, you need about $200,000 to $250,000 for a trip. The fuel, the navigation charges, landing and parking charges. Now, you have a choice to make. And you know, planes only make money when they are flying. When they are parked, they are at a loss. So for this vessel to keep flying, you need to have cargo in that vessel to pay for the $200,000 to $200,000 of the cost of that flight. So, because we are Africans and Africa is our business, we do not import as much of equipment, electronics, and so on and so forth, as they do our friends in China and the US, because there's something called disposable income per adult equivalent. We don't have as much. So this cargo plane will leave Cape Town or Johannesburg carrying some produce, land in Nairobi, fuel, carry our beautiful blooms and vegetables and fly to Heathrow or Schiphol. If it comes back from Heathrow or Schiphol, it's carrying nothing. So who pays for that return trip?
The exporters.
You have to pay outbound cargo. So the inbound cargo out of European destinations to Africa is this much. So during COVID, what happened is that the cargo vessels found very lucrative business flying masks and ventilators out of China to various destinations. And they have not forgotten that. So they got used to carrying iPhones and other electronics from China to the rest of the world. And those guys pay premium. We cannot pay premium for our flowers and vegetables because the European consumer is not willing to add a cent of a euro because the freight charges are high. So when we packed our Kenya Airways, for example, we talked to them and told them, put the herbs and the flowers on the seats because there are no human beings flying, so we did that for a while, and we called it a preta. So that is the main reason. The cargo airlines find more lucrative business elsewhere. And because we have limited inbound cargo to take care of the cost of that flight, we have to pay for it. Now, certain countries in Europe have a dedicated aircrafts, charter aircrafts that bring tourists to see our beautiful wild animals, and they go back empty. In fact, if you put some fresh produce on those passenger bellies, they'll charge you probably less than $1. The trouble is the airports where they land, for example in Kenya, Mombasa International Airport does not have infrastructure to handle fresh produce. So it then becomes very difficult. And I know it's the case at Kilimanjaro. I mean, if you go to Kilimanjaro, I don't think you'll find a lot of cold rooms there. So if there's a charter that's coming, it's most likely going to fly back empty. But JKIA and DAR that have these facilities are not the favorite destinations for charter aircraft for tourists. So that is the main reason, in my opinion, why the air freight charges out of most airports in Africa are expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Hosea, for attempting that last.
Yeah. Let me also respond to the air freight issue. I think in Ethiopia, the landscape is completely different from Kenya. Fortunately, there we have Ethiopian Airlines. Right now, they own more than 11 777 cargo freighters, state-of-the-art one. And they have also managed to build the biggest coal warehouse in the continent, I would say. How we started with this, like 13 years back, 14 years back, for example, the focus of Ethiopian Airlines was on passengers, and they were having rented 2 MD-11 aircrafts and 1 rented 747, because I was in the logistics myself by then. But there was quite a symbiotic relationship, I would say, with the industry, and it started to take the forecast from the industry, and they managed to place orders for the aircrafts. And their growth of the cargo business is in line with that one. Right now, from Addis it flies to Liège in Belgium, in the border between the Netherlands. It is due to be a military port. From there, we track everything to the auction and the like in the Netherlands and other destinations. From Liège, they fly to different destinations. So the flight is not empty. And they make their routes through China. From China, there are lots of shipments destined to Africa as well. So right now, our price is the most competitive, I would say, in the continent. And I think we need to capitalize on Ethiopian Airlines to serve also the Comesa region as far as they come up with good value propositions. They have the capacity. They kept on investing on wide-body passenger aircrafts as well. We can use the belly for that one. But what we can transport on the air freight is high-value crops. We cannot transport medium and low-value crops. For the rest should be managed with sea freight as well. Coming to the question with regard to why we are not trading within Africa, there is trade, but I do see lots of gray areas to be improved to bolster the trade, the intra-Africa trade, even within Comesa, even among the neighboring countries as well. But there are quite peculiar characteristics about the European Union market. You know, the price is quite good, it's quite consistent. As far as you are reliable, as far as you comply with the requirements, it pays premium prices as well, with consistency. In some of the countries within our continent, you know, the price is characterized by fluctuations. That is not the case with the European Union. So I think it doesn't contradict by itself to trade within Africa and also trade with other destinations as far as it's quite profitable to the producers. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists and audience for sharing such invaluable insight and for engaging questions we received. We come to the end of our session, and we have heard about the challenges, the opportunity, but one key takeaway is that we can work together to address the challenge. We can work together as government, private sector, farmers, development partner present to work together to solve the different challenges through the PPP models, through group certification like we heard from Ethiopia, and the other model while we leverage on our technology. So thank you everyone, and I hand over again the mic to the MC.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. If we can just stand at the front and we'll take a photo, a group photo. Yes. And then I'll ask the Assistant Secretary Generals to please join them for the photos. Last photo. Oh, and then come up. Thank you, and a token of appreciation for the speakers. There we go. They already had some. All right, one last photo. All right. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Asante, Wadu. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So we are moving on ahead. We are still running a little bit behind program, but thank you for that panel for catching up on time a little bit. So the next panel we're going to have is a short one, and I think we're going to change the program a bit so that this will be our last panel before lunch. And I'll give you a bit of the details for lunch after that. So the next panel is a smaller panel, maybe talking a bit more technical issues around what we need to do to access this market. And we have two speakers. From FCDO is Mr. Watipaso Mkandawire. Welcome. And also from co-lead, we have Dr. Chagema Kedera. Welcome. And I will have the privilege of having a conversation with them. Let's take the video seats. So good afternoon, gentlemen. Maybe to start with, just to introduce yourselves and your organization so we know who we are dealing with here. Mr. Watipaso? I think it should be on.
How do you switch on this?
It is on.
It's on.
They are running it
okay,
from there.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Good morning or good afternoon. So my name is Watwaso Mkandaire. People might be wondering what's FCDO. That's a UK government. Most people used to know it as DFID, but DFID merged with the Foreign Office. So now we're called Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. So I'm based in London. I work in the Africa Directorate as a senior expert on regional food trade. And we work across in sub-Saharan Africa to promote food trade. Let me stop there, and I will come in to explain more about what we do as I explained there.
Okay, thanks. And Dr. Chagema, co-lead.
Yes, good afternoon. Chagema Kedera is my name. I am from co-lead. Co-lead is Committee Linking Agriculture, Entrepreneurship and Development. It is a non-profit organization comprising of exporters from Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, and importers from Europe. It has been in existence for about 51 years old. And we are involved in three main areas. One is market access, where we look at market insights. We also look at research, innovations, and brokerage. And we also look at standards and regulations that affect produce moving between countries. We are also involved in strengthening value chain, where we provide technical assistance and training. And lastly, we also participate in linking with other entrepreneurs, wherever they are, so that we are effective. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That's very interesting. So we've got people who are going to address some of the questions I think that have been raised earlier from a technical perspective. But here we are, I think one of the questions that was asked, Mr. Mkandaire, is about also trading internally, because we are talking about exporting food to the EU, but what is our capacity to produce our own food, making sure we have nutrition? And I know FCDO also has a lot of work around finance and that kind of thing.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a very relevant question, especially right now when we're all talking about AFCDA, which has been the theme for many of the conferences and governments in terms of what they're doing. So in FCDO, one of the programs that we are managing is on regional trade. The whole reason is that we look at the whole reason for AFCTA or Comesa or SADC or ECOWAS is to promote that regional integration. And one of the major aspects for regional integration is trade. And when you look at the numbers in terms of intra-Africa trade, it still remains very low compared to intra-European trade and other continental trade. And the question has always been, why is there not trade happening within the region? So we established a program which is called Africa Food Trade and Resilience Program. It is managed out of Agra. We discovered that one of the key issues that is required is to ensure that there are predictable policies in the region. When you talk to investors, they say, well, if we invest in a value chain, for example, when we are trying to trade across into the region, we find that policies keep changing every day. I think somebody mentioned it right here. You will find that tomorrow there's an export ban, an import ban, or some new taxes. So it's very difficult for an investor to put resources into his business because they don't know whether tomorrow they're going to honor an export agreement that they had. So we have a program which is trying to, how do we bring predictability into the region in terms of enhancing trade? Secondly, we realize that smallholder farmers, which is the main base for most of the agricultural production, are fragmented. And it's very difficult to coordinate across sourcing from smallholder farmers. I think somebody mentioned here earlier on when we were discussing in terms of the fragmentation of the smallholder farmer, the inability to be able to harness and aggregate their produce and therefore retain quality. So one of the aspects of this program is to bring in who sources from smallholder farmers. And how do we make it possible for aggregators, for example, investing in aggregators to be able to work with smallholder farmers so that not only can they be compliant, but they are able to supply consistently on the produce. So this is very relevant also to the horticulture industry because if you look at that fragmentation, people talked about the first mile, how do we get the horticulture produce from the rural farmers with no road, with no cold rooms. If you have aggregators who you invest in, and like what this program is trying to do, you are able now to harness the produce from the smallholder farmers through the aggregators to the market. So that's one of the programs that we are working on, just to support the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And I think if the more we do that, the more partners come in to look at working in partnership with institutions at a regional level to harness all this that is happening, we will be able to increase inter-Africa trade.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think it is interesting. I met a gentleman earlier who was telling me there are even now challenges moving product from Kenya to Djibouti, for instance. So again, all these issues and the stability of policy is also important. I think some of the other things that were mentioned also from the EU perspective, even our keynote speaker, the CS for Agriculture, mentioned changing regulations a lot of the time. And I think you mentioned that, Dr. Kedera. How are you able as co-lead to help people with market intelligence, technical support to help us meet all these? They seem to be changing, like you're saying, every 6 months.
The first point I would like to say is that a while back, we all said we are going to become part of the global village. When you become part of the global village, it means things have been unified. And then we moved to the stage under the WTO SPS agreement. And under the WTO SPS agreement, we all agreed that we'll use international standards. And where you do not apply international standards, then you must have technical justifications. To have the technical justification, you must invest resources in capacity building in order to generate the data. Now, I would say that the EU is one of those blocks or countries, if I may use that terminology, that has seriously invested in looking at the standards after being accepted internationally. What do they mean to the environment in terms of changing them? Because they do not just arbitrarily change them. They follow a due process. And that is why you are ending up with them changing their regulations on a regular basis. Now, if I were to ask here in our audience, how many of our countries, Comesa, have changed their regulations in the last 10 years? Because what we say is that we go by international standards. And international standards, by nature, is an agreement between parties. So it is not necessarily the best, but what can work. So the EU is going beyond what can work to what really is necessary. And that is where then we run into trouble. We have the product. The product range that is required in Europe is large. But we have not invested that much because of the limitations, as we know, in terms of looking at the standards such that we can move to a stage where we say we would like to fight for equivalence. The EU came up with a regulation yesterday. We would like to make it equivalent to what we apply, and that's a challenge. So investment in capacity is going to be very critical for us moving forward. The second element is, in terms of these regulations as they pass, as provided for under the WTO, we are required, or is expected of us, to challenge those regulations. So from publication, you have time to challenge those regulations or that standard. What do we do? In most cases, we actually do not challenge until it is time for implementation. And that time, it is always late. So I would say that we need to start moving to an era of being proactive, looking at the regulations as they emerge and challenging as things go. If you look at pests, for example, the pests are with us 24/7. That is from January to December, every day. We don't have winter. So the pests are with us. The effective molecules to control these pests are manufactured where? So when the product is withdrawn and you have the pest, yet you have a product you need to sell, what happens? And that is the challenge. So collectively as Comesa, 21 countries, can we get together and start investing in terms of what we need to do? A pest that is more important in Zambia or in Ethiopia, I think we heard about airlines. Can we then work together such that we are able to move with speed in terms of either challenging a new regulation that the EU is proposing with data, or we can come up with a mechanism of response. But then, of course, there are new regulations that are coming up as we are talking today. For example, the one on packaging. You know, we talked about air transport being an issue. So there is air miles. Then you have got packaging as an issue. Then there is the element of due diligence. Now, due diligence, for example, does not apply to you as a producer in the region here. It applies to the importer in Europe. But he will put those requirements back to us. So what should we be doing as we do it? So I would say, yes, the regulations are changing. The capacity to comply is difficult, but we should start considering investing in the capacity to be able to challenge those regulations. And my last point on this is this. Compliance is a product of what the private sector does in combination with what the public sector assures. So the onus of compliance lies with the private sector. The onus of assuring compliance is with the private sector. Can we work together, both government and private sector, to ensure that we are able to cope with the challenges? The second element is monitoring the changes that are occurring within the EU is our collective responsibility. Do not wait for the public sector institutions to actually find what the issue is. You are feeling the heat. Can you alert the public sector such that we collectively can be able to address the issues?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And I think sustainability is also becoming a bigger issue for all businesses. So it is something we have to live with going forward. It's not necessarily going to change. Coming back to you, Mr. Atipaso, one of the other issues is about competitiveness. Because at the end of the day, you have to be able to sell at a price or get into a market that is working well, irrespective of your challenges. What are some of the strategies that we can utilize to get more competitiveness into these markets?
I want to be a little bit controversial on this question, especially when it comes to, I want to relate all my answers to horticulture and therefore agriculture. When we look at food security in Africa, in most of our countries, you find that smallholder farmers are the ones that we say they'll feed the nation. And they are the ones who produce the maize, who grow the rice, and who grow all the crops. If you look across in many of the countries in terms of, let's say, maize as a good example, you find that most of these farmers who are growing on a 1 acre plot of land are probably harvesting about under 2 tons an acre, 1 point something tons per acre. And we know that maize, best practice, you get about 15, 19, 20 tons per acre. And we keep on saying that smallholder farmers are going to feed Africa. That's the issue of competitiveness. The cost of inputs as a result of whether it's the soil fertility or the price of fertilizer, what you put in the soil for the smallholder farmers to grow that maize and what we get as a value is much, much lower. And whether we say, yes, we're going to increase competitiveness of the farmers, smallholder farmers probably are not a solution to food security in Africa in terms of the crops that we grow. Maybe they are a solution to some of the nutritious food, which are high value, which is horticulture. There is a program here in Kenya, which is being run by an organization, if I remember correctly, called SINJ. They are doing what they call land aggregation. The whole reason is they found that the value of land for a smallholder farmer, they don't produce as much value per acre in terms of what they grow. And what they're trying to do is to aggregate that land, provide facilities like infrastructure, like irrigation, etc., so that you can increase the value of that land and transfer that land to growing some of the high-value crops. The jury is still out there in terms of whether it's going to work. But the reality is we all know, if we ask in all our countries, what is the yield for the smallholder farmers? So the point I'm trying to say is land is one of the issues where competitiveness has to be thought about. Who should be growing our food for food security? And how can we make our smallholder farmers competitive to grow? They will still have land, yes, but what should they be growing? That's why I said I wanted to be a little bit controversial. It's something that people can think about, but from my own opinion is that that is one area that we have to look at. Land utilization and the issue of productivity. Of course, some of the things that we've been talking about, they've already been explained here, is about the logistics, the ability to provide that logistic. I was at one time working on a program in Uganda with our colleagues from AGRA, who are trying to find a way of creating off-takers of crops in Uganda, maize and others, into Kenya for some of the large importers. So we were working with aggregators, and we asked the aggregators in terms of whether they're able to fulfill the orders that are coming from Kenya. One of the challenges that came out was the very same thing about the trucking. The trucks carry the maize and other products, sorghum, into Kenya, and they come back empty. And they are not owned by the aggregators, so they have to hire it out. And not only that, the same trucks which might come empty because they want to fill in and make up for the price, they'll be carrying maybe firewood, they'll be carrying, so when we talk about contamination, so the quality aspect of how we produce and how we aggregate and how we transport becomes very important. This is one of the issues that we've been doing in terms of, as the UK government, the program that we're working with AGRA. How do we make aggregators, farmers, and others competitive by trying to solve some of these bottlenecks? One of our investment in Africa, for those who know it, is called Trademark Africa. The whole reason why the UK government invested in the Trademark Africa, plus other partners, is that element of border transit and trying to sort out how do we make our producers competitive. And Trademark Africa used to be Trademark East Africa. Now it's Trademark Africa because we realize continental trade now through the AfCFTA means you're looking at many borders and many of the corridors, whether it's the Lagos-Abidjan corridor, whether it's corridor to Ethiopia going up to the Horn, or whether it's East Africa. So Trademark Africa as one of the instruments for the UK government, and what we're still investing in is that element. How do you reduce the time on crossing the border? How do we create the digital aspect of trade to make it as cheaper and as faster for the businesses to be able to be transacting? So from the UK perspective, we believe that one, inter-Africa trade is important. Two, we have to create instruments by partnering with African governments, with African institutions, to try to make that competitive a reality by, because if you look at whether it's Comesa, whether it's SADC, whether it's ECOWAS, they know what instruments should be put in place. It is about making them work. That's where we as UK government are coming in to partner with those institutions to say, let's work with you, let's see how your instruments can work to be able to create that competitiveness that we're talking about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Interesting comments, even the controversial ones. I think one of our challenges always, also in Africa, I think, is inputs. Because actually, if you look at one of the reasons the productivity is low, it's low input. So irrespective of the cost, if you are not putting any input, you will definitely not get any output. But coming back to you, Dr. Kidera, you deal also with connecting buyers and producers here in the market. What are some of the challenges and opportunities building trust and long-term relationships? Because I think one of the other problems always for trading is that stability, not just of policy, but stability of price, and knowing that I can invest and I'll be able to get my return.
Actually, we don't connect sellers and buyers. Okay. We are involved in supporting towards compliance with the requirements. As the regulations are there, you look at a value chain. I said we talk about strengthening a value chain. So how is that, whether it's avocado, potato, how is it produced? Is it complying with the requirements? What are the requirements? What good practices do you need to adopt? What certification do you need? How do you need to export it? So we look at that and therefore help build the capacity of both, as I indicated earlier, the private sector and the competent authority, so that they are able to work together towards compliance. And that way then the market goes. But the issue that we do in terms of market is looking for data, because we look at all sources of available data, and this is now available on the COLID website. When it comes to regulations, we also do monitor the regulations. We have got a program called Agri-Info. And if you go on site, you'll see the information of the changing regulations. When they'll come to place, what is the impact? So that you are able to monitor it actively. And then COLID does work through various programs, most of them supported by the EU. For example, in this region, we've had a program under PIP, which started about 2001, PIP 2, 2006, ADES Food Safety Program 2011, Fit for Market, which started about 2016. We had Fit for Market SPS. We are now ending up with Fit for Market SPS. But looking at the value chains from the beginning to the end, what are the issues? Now, if I was just to give, for example, looking at compliance with SPS issues, between 2020 and 2024, the number of interceptions from this region to the EU is about 1,287 due to various pests. I said we have got pests all through. Can this number be brought down? Yes, it can be brought down. Because the number that we have, 1,287, 663 of those are due to harmful organisms. The remaining is due to other issues, like documentation. So 50% of the problem in terms of complying with the market requirements is documentation. And that should be the simplest of things to deal with. So we do this on a regular basis. We have got engagement, we have got webinars that people can plug into to learn. We also have what we call a platform for learning, e-learning, that anybody can learn in order to know about the new standards, how to comply, what is the requirements. All you do is register. So part of it is self-paced, the other one is tutored, where you can actually look at what are the regulations, whether you're looking at issues to do with the global gap or whether you're looking at issues that relate to what the EU requires. The issue of compliance with the standards, we will not be able to run away from it. It is something we have to do, we have to actually look at. Now, the issue that has been brought up about intra-African trade, we say there's very little. But where is the data? Because data remains one of our biggest challenges. When you look for data, yes, currently we are using some of the data that is there. But how good is that data? We brought, for example, the importers from Europe to this session. If one was to ask the production calendar for avocado in Kenya, January to December, who has and what quantity? I don't know, Hosea, whether there is that figure there. It is something that we have to think about. Because if you want to trade is based on data. If there is no data, it becomes difficult. So even when it comes to intra-regional trade, there is an issue we have to look at. And when you look at the export data, for example, for Kenya, it's less than 5% of what is produced that is exported. So the remaining 95% is either in the market or in the region. But who is capturing it? So we really need to invest some resources in capturing the data. Sometimes back, there was a study that was done about domestic markets in this country. And one of the exporters, when he looked at the figures, he said he's no longer going to export because the market here would be cheaper to comply with because of the compliance requirements. So all these things are things that we have to look at as we try to make the Comesa region competitive. But I repeat what I said. Working together will make us competitive. Sharing information will make us competitive. But then let us invest some time in generating the data.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that ends well with our theme for today, which is about digitization, because digitization will help us significantly collect a lot of data at a much with lower cost and probably better quality data. So now we're at the part where we can ask the audience if they have any questions for these gentlemen. If you have a question, and there are some there, I see 2 hands, we'll take 3 first. 3 hands. The mics are around. Just keep your hand up so the mic can get to you. Here, there's one here. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Start? Is it working?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And please tell us your name.
My name is Oscar from the company Vetrasa. I'm one of the EU buyers. And I hear a lot about sustainability, a lot about the future, also a lot about training, and I think it captures all the essence. And I think in the previous panel also we heard between buyers and sellers we need to try to go beyond trade, not only looking at selling and buying, but what we can both contribute. And I was wondering how you see the organic movement within Comesa, or perhaps more specific in Kenya. I've seen a development in view of Kenyan avocado over the more than 10 years. It really improved in quality. There are many more exporters nowadays. And I think it may be the answer to a lot of questions regarding pesticides, regarding regulation in the European Union. And also our company, for example, tries to invest in the agriculture by train people, and train how to produce organic. And in the end, you see the soil will be more healthy, the product will be more strong, the plants will be more strong. So the product gets more lively. Okay. And I was wondering how you see this development.
Thank you. Yes, at the back there. Oh, we had Sean here. Go ahead, Rashid. Sean.
Yes, so it's Sean Rashid here from Souk Farms.
Yeah.
I had a question for Dr. Mr. Chekadera. I hope it's Dr. Professor Mr. or all of the above?
All the above.
All the above. Yes. So this might sound like a novice question, but I've always just wondered, in Europe, so we send our samples to Europe currently to get tested, and they give us results there's the expedited test that you get within 24 hours. we talked about almost 2,000 interceptions, I believe, in a year, you mentioned. But is there no reason why we can sort of upgrade our testing infrastructure here to give us results in 24 hours, which then enables farmers in the region to even test one day in advance of harvesting, as an example, to make sure that they are meeting regulatory requirements? Then we can reduce the 1,800 already by 600 that you mentioned. It's something that, I know it may sound very novice, but it's something that I've always figured this must be something quite simple already. Because as you know, we are beginning to get a reputation in the region as, you know, issues with emerald exceedances, etc. So I think that might be a low-hanging fruit that we may want to consider to as a quick fix to some of these emerald and pest issues also.
Okay, thank you. And there was a gentleman there at the back. Third question.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Anthony Chamanga. I'm representing TAHA. TAHA is Tanzania Horticulture Association. So you may wonder why Tanzania in a Comesa focused meeting. So TAHA in Tanzania, we are part of SEHA, amongst the key partners. So about intra-trade Africa, Dr. Mkandawire, you have spelled out very well about the reasons why we are, when it comes to intra-trade, we are struggling a lot. But there is one major reason, and that is about logistics. Again, logistics is really undermining performance of intra-trade in Africa. It is much easier to transport a ton of potatoes, say, to London or to Amsterdam than to transport a ton of potatoes from Tanzania to DRC. So it is very, very important for us in Comesa, EAC, and SADC to strengthen cross-trade infrastructure so as we are able to connect different countries in terms of road infrastructure, railway infrastructure, but as well as strengthening air freight operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We can go. Dr. Kedera, do you want to start?
I can start. Organic movement, it definitely has a future. It's a niche market that just needs to be nurtured to grow. People have started investment in it. Of course, as we explained, when it comes to pests, there still remains a challenge because of the endemic pests. So the starting point has to be done very carefully. So there is a very strong future for organic. Investments are required, and awareness in terms of what is being done where is actually ensured. There have been cases, I would say, where somebody has said they had an organic product and a pesticide was found on the surface. So responsible organic farming has a future, as far as I can tell. But we need to ensure that the practices that we adopt do work and work well. And it will help address the issues you've talked about, the sustainability issues, whether it is to do with pesticides, whether it's to do with the use of fertilizers and the like. So it has a future. The challenge that it faces, it has to do with our environment being very conducive to pests. Testing infrastructure is a very important aspect. If you check in Europe, most of the testing is by private labs and not public. If you come to our region, most of the testing is by public sector labs. And there's complaints. I come from the public sector, so I know what I'm talking about. There are complaints about the turnover time, the requirements for procurement and the like. These are things that come into place, but they can be improved. How can we improve it? There are a few private sector labs that are there and they're doing the job well. How do we make sure that they work? I know through Comesa, there has been an initiative through identifying reference lab. But then the problem always comes, we go back to our nationalistic thinking and approach. Why do I want to go to narrow lab, I'm going to use my own. Those are things that have actually hampered us. And we are looking at, as you identify reference labs, do you develop standard operating procedures that are internalized, that anybody knows what they are doing? Because again, we always run into issues when we do regional instruments. We do not develop the required SOPs for operation. So you say you've got a regional tool, but internally you use national tools to operate. So what are you exactly doing? So that is an element that we need to work together. But together, I believe we have the capacity and the intent and energy to address all those issues. So there is potential that we can actually get together. If you look like, for example, we are talking about false codling moth. Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, going to Tanzania, it is everywhere. It's a pest that we can actually combine our resources and actually deal with. So can we then, as we've done with Comesa, break the boundaries and technically operate as is expected of us to get the desired results? Remember, together we stand, and individually.
Okay, thank you.
I know we've run out of time. Quickly, I think I want to comment on my good friend from Tanzania, Chamanga. Thank you for promoting me to doctor. I'm not yet doctor, so I'll try to work hard for that. We're so used to using acronyms. People might be wondering, he talked about SEHA. So SEHA is Comesa East Africa Horticulture Accelerator, which is a program that UK government is investing in together with Gates Foundation through Actesa. Actesa are the one who are hosting. It's a platform of public and private sector actors to bring all these things that we've been talking about, specifically in the horticulture sector, whether it's issues of logistics, whether it's issue of seeds, whether it's issue of capital investment, so that private sector can have a source of the right capital. And I wanted to bring that aspect of capital, which is very important and as one of the crucial challenges that horticulture and other sectors are finding, which is, do we have the right capital for the right value, part of the value chain? This is what has been happening, that most of the investment that is taking place, everyone goes onto the market and finds the same instrument to fund capital investment, to fund working capital, to fund development aspects. So part of the UK government initiative, like those who know AgDevco, is to find an instrument which invests into patient capital, which is the right capital for a long-term type of investment. So what Mr. Chamanga is talking about is real, and we believe that this platform, which there are a lot of partners on it, including the EU and others, could push a way of making horticulture industry competitive by taking the challenges of logistics and bringing them on the platform and say, how do we resolve some of these logistical issues? Whether it's the cold chains, who invests in the cold chains and who brings the capital to invest in those cold chains, and who are the businesses that are doing this? I think partnership is the way forward. If we don't invest in partnerships, we're not going to move ahead. Last point I wanted to mention, and very important, I want to introduce my colleague Daniel Njiwa, who is there, who is the director at AGRA. AGRA is one of the institutions that UK government works with, and it's a very important institution in terms of working in the ag sector and trying to trigger some of the investment. They have a very important project which is starting up, which is called Food Corridors. I think I've introduced him so that you should see him, we should start talking to him, and how we can create those partnerships. Our partnerships ourselves with Comesa have been great. One last point on the data. We are working with Comesa, with Madam Providence on the regional food balance sheet. The whole idea was, how do we invest in data infrastructure in the region? And Comesa had already introduced this long time ago to say we need a regional food balance sheet. So we took that as one of the big bets where UK money can be invested in to help Comesa develop the regional food balance sheet. I think that's a good start of trying to invest in data in the region to respond to some of the questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So a big round of applause to my panelists. Thank you very much for the contributions. I think very interesting views on, there are a lot of technical challenges that we have to deal with. A lot of them to do with logistics, we know, and capital. Interestingly, like was mentioned there by Rashid about a lab, I actually operate one lab here in Kenya, but logistics is a big problem. Again, logistics is a problem. How do you get the sample to, if it was from Rwanda to Nairobi, it might not take a day to from your farm to the lab, and then it's no longer useful. So we have to deal with all these things together, use technology as an opportunity to make these things work better and more efficiently. And as you said, work together, especially working together with both the private sector working together, but also the public sector, with all the institutions that have been mentioned, working together to find solutions for this. So thank you very much to my panel. I think we'll just take one photo. Okay, so thank you very much. That panel concludes our morning session today. We are now going to break for lunch. We want to give ourselves 1 hour so that we can catch up on time as much as we have. The afternoon, we'll have very interesting panels with buyers and people who are actually in business. So I would encourage you, please come back and hear the afternoon session, 2:30 over here. The ushers are going to direct us to lunch, so you'll know what you need to do and what you need to carry. I think you need a voucher as well, and you'll be able to arrange that. Thank you very much. Oh, this is your stuff.
Nothing secret.
No big secret. Yeah, thank you.
Which provides targeted training, mentorship, and market linkages to support women in the agribusiness value chain. Through the TAF initiative, women and youth are gaining the skills, tools, and opportunities they need to transform the beef value chain. TAF feedlot success is inspiring. The approach to business has raised the standards for everyone in the region, and the networking established with RECAM's help has been invaluable. It all begins with knowledge. Over 200 women and youth have been trained in feedlot management, feed production, and feed formulation.
We learn how to see when the cow is ready for market. We learned about different farming skills, how to mix or make your own feed for the cattle. Where do we store the feed for better and healthy for the cattle? We also learn about controlling diseases in our kraal and also how to build the kraal. Sometimes you see others doing feedlots and you go for it without knowing what kind or type of cattle that is has to be in the feedlot.
By supply.
Perfect and a good quality. It helps in the adaptation of the cattle. They adapt easily, they are safer from disease, and it helps to save medication and also the quality meat that is needed.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier. Comfort, beauty, and the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the harsh Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center. That's a hosted history that continues to inspire the future, from the cultural richness and wonders of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline.
The Regional Enterprise Competitiveness and Access to Markets Program, RECAMP, funded by the European Union and implemented by Comesa, is empowering women entrepreneurs across the region. In Eswatini, this mission is led by the Comesa Federation of Women in Business. Eswatini, or ComFweb Eswatini chapter, with the support of the RECAMP Technical Assistance Facility, or TAF, an initiative under RECAMP which provides targeted training, mentorship, and market linkages to support women in the agribusiness value chain. Through the TAF initiative, women and youth are gaining the skills, tools, and opportunities they need to transform the beef value chain. TAF feedlot success is inspiring. The approach to business has raised the standards for everyone in the region, and the networking established with RECAMP's help has been invaluable. It all begins with knowledge. Over 200 women and youth have been trained in feedlot management, feed production, and feed formulation.
We learn how to see when the cow is ready for market. We learned about different farming skills, how to mix or make your own feed for the cattle. Where do we store the feed for better and healthy for the cattle? We also learn about controlling diseases in our kraal, and also how to build the kraal. Sometimes you see others doing feedlots and you go for it without knowing what kind or type of cattle that is has to be in the feedlot.
By supplying quality breeding stock, the program opened the gates for women and youth to fully participate in the beef value chain.
Once you select the right and perfect and a good quality,
Hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, Sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa. Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Tsavo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Tsavo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions
Can you hear
destination.
me? Yes. I have the most privileged position right now to moderate this session when we are all energized, we are all feeling heavy, we have all been empowered the Comesa way. So this afternoon session is a very interesting one because now is a lot more on the private sector voice from both the EU and from the Comesa states. And we will be running two sessions. The first one will be by our EU colleagues, and then followed by the other Comesa businesses. So I think this will be the voice that we literally want to hear. Before we start, my name is Apollo Owor. I am the regional coordinator for the Comesa EAC Horticulture Accelerator. So we would like to accelerate. They say, for those of you who are not very familiar with East Africa is a region where we accelerate things. For those of you who watched the World Championships in athletics in Tokyo just a few weeks ago, you could have seen some records being broken. And we are here to break those records as well through horticulture. So, Ambassador, if you're not ready to break records, I think we need to review your training program to ensure that you have that. The first session will be moderated by my colleague, Mshuka Kamwele, who is the EDF program manager. So she will be the one to run it with her colleagues, and then now I will drop in the next session as we proceed. So without much ado, please let's give it up to Ms. Mshuka Kamwele. Let's give her some hand. Let's give her a hand. Now that doesn't sound like people who have had some lunch. No. That's not how we clap the Comesa way. The Comesa way is loud and clear and vibrant and it has energy. So can we do it the Comesa way, which is I want us to shake this place up. Perfect. That's the spirit of Comesa. So, Ms. Kamwela, please, the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. Distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome to this session on presentation and discussions on the EU companies. So my job will be very simple, just to make sure that our 4 presenters are ready to make the presentation. The session will bring together a remarkable group of experts from leading European companies and organizations that are redefining how technology, sustainability, and innovation can transform agriculture, water management, and agro-business across Africa. So without further ado, I hope my colleagues at the back, hopefully the presentations are ready. We're going to start with TechMex International, and I hope, Tom, you're available. Yes, Tom is here. And just a brief about Tom. So Tom is a pioneer in sustainable water management solutions, from smart solar to irrigation systems to hybrid pumping and flood protection designs. Technimex is driving cost-effective innovations that directly improve productivity and resilience in agriculture and urban infrastructure. So, Tom, this is your time. Please, if you can come and share your presentation. And once you're done with your presentation, Tom, I would like you to come and sit up down here.
Oh, la
yes.
la.
Okay, over to you.
I hope the presentation will work. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tom Posma. I am from the Netherlands. The Netherlands is a very unique country in the world. We have more pumping stations than we have churches because the water level is so high. That's also why the Dutch people on average are the highest, the tallest in the world. So I hope my presentation will start, otherwise I improvise. It's not going through my time now, huh? So maybe I start what we do. So we do water management, and a big problem in the climate change with the world is that we have long periods that are way too wet and long periods which are way too dry. And 1 year ago, that's where we are. 1 year ago, I had an idea together with my business partner, and it was a wild idea. We were invited by a Philippine billionaire, and he said, Tom, can you make a climate-proof irrigation system? And we were thinking, okay, you know, we are Dutch, we have a big mouth, we can be very innovative, but now within 1 year we have a MOU with the Philippines to irrigate 3 million hectares of land. We are in close contact with Ghana for Grow 24 project. And the beauty of the thing is, we are sustainable, we are only using solar power, we tick all the boxes, and for a rice farmer in the Philippines, they earned like $150 per hectare per year. And with our system, even after depreciation, they earn a minimum of $850 per hectare per year. And the World Bank said, Tom, what you are doing is you changed the game. Because you see, in like India, this was the World Bank in India and in Mumbai, all those people from the rural areas, they come to the cities. Because the rural areas is poor. And what we do, we bring wealth back to the rural area. And we do it fair and square. So let me explain. So climate change, drought, surface water depletion is a huge problem. That also causes salination of groundwater. Next one, please. This is what you see. Every farmer has his own pump, has his own generator. Each generator takes between $12 and $15 of gasoline per day. We use solar power, and now that the solar panels are so cheap, 720 watts for less than $60 a unit, it becomes a very good source, a very good source of energy. And what we use is, you see, we can use submersible pumps, we can use surface pumps, so we don't care what is the water source. It can be groundwater, it can be water from a lake, like now in Ghana, Volta Lake. It can be from a river. It can be from rainwater harvesting. It can be the grey water from a wastewater treatment plant. We don't care. We can also treat the salinized water, so the salty water from the ground, to make it sweet again, so that you can use it for irrigation. We also work with seed producers who have seeds which are more resistant to salty water. So we use the solar panels, we have a water reservoir if needed, and then we have from the Netherlands the what we call brain box, which collect all the data from the ground. So we have the sensors in the soil, so we measure the moisture in the soil, we measure the quality of the water, we measure the weather forecast, and we measure how much rain is collected over the last few days. We feed all this data into our brain box. The brain box uploads it to our server, and in the server is the software, the agronomy of each crop ever cultivated on this planet. So we follow the exact agronomy of that crop by irrigation. Benefit for the farmer, you can harvest before the main harvest. What we see in the Philippines, the main harvest, the price goes down with 50% of the normal market price, because everybody harvests at the same time. If you can harvest like 2 weeks before, you're king. You get much more per kilogram. If you harvest 1 month later, again you are king. Another thing, we have electricity from the solar power. So what do we do with this electricity? We can use it for firing up cooling houses. We have very simple cooling houses with like a, cooling container, 40 feet container with cooling capacity. And we can do them on solar power, on batteries, or we can also use a generator which is already on this container. So that the farmer can bring the crop staggered to the market to get a better price. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So it's a cloud-based solution. Next one. So every farmer has a phone, and his phone he can follow the data stream. He can see what is the moisture in his soil, what is the, how far is the crop, how much water does it need today, and we only irrigate when the moisture in the soil indicates us to irrigate. Also, we can bring back methane gases. Rice. Worldwide, 800 million tons of rice are cultivated every year. Rice is one of the biggest causes in the world for methane gas. We learned that if the first 2 weeks for seeding, for rooting, not seeding, rooting, the seeds have to be submerged underwater. If you bring the water down after 2 weeks, the methane gassing reduces drastically. So this is another environmental thing. So we have total asset management, market price, so we can yield when we want. Okay, we cannot influence rain, that's an act of God, but we can influence irrigation. And during the wet season, we can use the electricity for other purposes. We can also deliver it back to the grid. Then matchmaking is our dream, and we are working on it right now. So all these farmers, I heard a story this morning. The small farmers, they are not a party. You're talking about big farmers who can deliver the goods to the retailer. Why not see the farmer like a taxi driver from Uber and see the factory like the customer? Then if we combine and we cluster all these farmers together, because we have the software, we have the data stream, and then offer this directly to the factory without any middleman. So the farmer gets a straight price without any interference. And the factory gets a fair price. It will solve all the problems in the market. Next one, please. Okay, this is a lot of text. So we start from $600 per hectare. And the system is designed for 10 hectares. I'm doing well in time, yeah? So it's really a low price. And this is for the whole system. There are no hidden things. We only have some options, like if you want to desalinate the water or if you want fertigation. Another problem for farmers is they use way too much fertilizer. A rice farmer uses 150 kilograms of fertilizer per hectare per harvest. And we can put the nutrients into the water and thus create a much better soil quality for the farm, which can last for generations and not for 20 years. Cooling houses, water purification. So we have, if you look at the Philippines, and last year they imported 900,000 tons of rice. With our system, they would cultivate 21 million tons of rice extra. I think we can go to the movie, which says much more than I can do. Next one. Okay, next one. It's a modular design. Yeah. You have sound? And this was the first one, so it's very, very basic. Because they have to be hurricane-proof for the Philippines. So the system, as you see it here, is $1,200 per hectare because we have to use a well. And for the well, we charge $3,000. Including everything. All right, this was the movie. I think I am running through my time. So if you have any questions, I don't know if we can do it now or later. Later. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Tom. So the questions, please just take note of the questions, and then we'll ask those questions at the end of all the 4 presentations. So our next presenter is from photo dancing. And this is led by Mr. Wilco Venku, and he is the forefront of agriculture lighting technology. With over 20 years of R&D experience, the company develops high-quality LED growth lights that enhance crop yields and sustainability, a vital contribution to modern horticulture and controlled environment farming. So over to you, Wilco, and maybe as you come in here, please tell us the inspiration of the company, Photo Dancing. So maybe you can start with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much that I can be here and that I can give a presentation of my company, Photon Dancing. Next slide, please. Photon Dancing, we start in 2023. I was working for Signify Philips for several years as business and development, and I found the way to start my own factory in China to produce my own lamps, my own LED lamps. And that I decided in case that maybe not for the Africa market, but for the Europe market and the Eastern Europe market, Northwest Europe market, I have a lamp not only with LED, but also together with infrared. More channel lamps, and that you have the possibility to heat your crop and to give light to your crop. That's the way why I was thinking to start my own company, in case that was not possible to do by the companies where I was working for. Next slide, please. I told you I start in 2023. This slide I told already. I have my factory in Cambodia and China together with my Chinese partner. And in total we have 400 employees, not only for the horticulture, but also part of the big part of the factory is industrial lighting. And I have the part of horticulture lighting in the company. We have several lighting options, but I think it is not good to tell you all this one, when this is not what is happened in this area. In this area is it most important to give extra light during the day in your greenhouse. There are a lot of crops, they need more light during the day to flowering or to flower, or to give the cuttings, or to give the seedlings or anything. We have a lot of light in Africa, but the intention of light is high, but the daylight, the day is maybe too short. In the winter period, or in the winter, but in the period that it is not the high season period, then it is maybe 8 hours light. And there are flowers, or there are other things, they need 12 hours light to flower or to give the cuttings. And then what we have for that, and that is not in my presentation, want, it was not in my portfolio before I decided to come to decide to come to Africa and was invited for this event. That's why I produce this lamp. This is a flowering lamp, and this is an easy lamp that you can put in each fixture that you have for your lamp, and you can give light what is needed. And what is special, when there are other companies, they have this as well, but they have only one spectrum. And why I start my own company and why I do this is that I want to have the options for the grower to take the solution, what kind of spectrum or what kind of intention they want. And if I produce it by myself, and I can change the spectrum easily. So if there is an offer, is an order, or if there is a request, we can do this. My background is agronome. I was agronome for many years. I did a lot of projects, and I'm not only want to sell something, I want also that you have to a good profit with it. And that's why that's one of the things what is interesting to start your own company, that you are as agronome and technical specialist, that you can make your own product where you as grower can have a better profit with that. And not only to sell a product, but also to tell you what you can do with that. I am agronome, special in the horticulture. I can tell mostly crops, can help you what light is doing for that. And then we can find the right solution, and we can produce it for you. What is interesting in light is not only the light to make the day longer, but maybe in Africa we have also research companies. They want to do some research indoor. Now we have the indoor light. We do the, we can make the whole range of lamps. Maybe the next slide. Oh, this is the last one already. You go very fast. That's the main thing. The main thing is maybe a little bit strange in Africa to come to here and to sell light, but there are crops in the flowers they need it, and there is research needed. Research for vegetables, for flowers, for fruit, and you can do that outdoor, and then you need to wait the whole season. But maybe there's also an option to do it indoor, and for indoor we have also many solutions to have indoor lighting. That's all what I can tell about light for this country. And this one is a very interesting. Only 26 watts give 800 micromoles. You can spare 50 square meters between it. It can indoor, outdoor, and indoor if it is raining or high humidity. It can use IP66. Maybe you know something about that. And it is cheap, and that's what you want here, and cheap and to make profit with that. Dus that's all.
Wilco, thank you so much for that very direct presentation, and very interesting that you've actually made something specific for Africa. I'm sure people here will be very interested to hear more about that technology. The third presenter will be from Ithaca Organic, represented by Johan Troost. And Ithaca Organic is a leading international distributor of organic and Demeter certified fruits and vegetables. With more than 15 years in the fresh produce market, Ithaca connects growers and consumers worldwide, promoting pesticide-free and sustainable farming practices that support healthy ecosystem and fair trade. So let's call upon Johan, please. It's your turn. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's first of all, I would like to thank you for having invited me over here. I must say that the presentations this morning we received were very high level. What I know about Kenya is that I import avocados from here with a partner of mine, but I learned a lot more about your market, the challenges you have, but also the opportunities. So I want to tell you, can you hear me okay? I want to tell you something briefly about my business. I'm an importer, so that's not so spectacular. But I would like to dive in more and hopefully generate some food for thought for the session afterwards when we have more Q&A, right? So just briefly, I'm into organic agriculture. I've been speaking to many people yesterday evening and today say, organic, it's difficult, there's less revenue, there's less kilos being produced. But as my colleague from the Netherlands said, Peter, in 2040, pesticides are no longer being allowed on the produce. So we've got about 16 years to look ahead and look at the opportunities and challenges on the road. Just to give you an example, about 60, 70 years ago, worldwide, there were no pesticides being used. It was all organically produced. Then we got the bright idea, especially in the West, in Europe, it can be a business model. We need to start making money with agriculture. Now, look at the problems that we're facing now in Holland. There's intense overproduction of agriculture, leading to a lot of extra emissions of nitrogen, of methane, which is leading to a lot of, a higher CO2 footprint worldwide. Can you just go back to the previous slide, please? So I'm here because as I get older, I'm starting to become a more of an idealistic person. I see the challenges that, for example, with the avocados that Africa faces. One of the people, the panelists sitting here earlier on, some of these small growers, they lack the right infrastructure. They lack electricity. So when they've harvested, and I come again with my example of the avocados, they don't have possibilities to cool it down, which is leading to shelf life problems down the road, right? I'll keep my professional interest for later. I'll put that out there now already. I'm hearing a lot about collaboration within Comesa and from Comesa to the EU, but I'm not sure, and I've heard about trade missions, which I didn't know about. There is a large group of importers and retailers in Europe. They've assembled under the name of SIFAV, S-I-F-A-V. I don't know if you know these group of people. I'm a very small importer. But these guys, we're talking about, leading importers and retailers have joined forces to sustainably import, amongst others, from Africa. So that's a name that I really want to put out there, SIFAV. ITC is a major partner also organizing trade missions. I just want to put it out there. I'm sure that trade missions Comesa is already organizing, but maybe it can create synergy. And why are we here? To engage EU buyers with, some of the people I've already met. And I would like to, maybe later on, today, tomorrow, also speak with other people. What are what's the SWOT analysis of Comesa? What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What opportunities are out there? And what are the threats? Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read it all for you, but these are the products that I trade in together with my business partners. Next slide, please. This is the ideal business model. It doesn't always work like that, but I had a very interesting lunch meeting that there is a reduction in brokers in the African market. So small farmers are working in co-ops which go to exporters, so there's not too many middlemen taking the profitable margin, which is a good thing, I believe. And of course, I shouldn't be saying that because I am a middleman, but you know. Next slide, please. So these are the things that we do. We're certified organic. Demeter is biodynamic. It's very interesting for the German market. HESAP, global grasp. We do the residue. Very interesting topics also I heard on today. But again, you know, we can continue talking about residues, but in about 16 years, no residues are allowed. So we need to go back to biopesticides. How can we, you know, combat the pests in our crops, in our production, the way we did it in the past, right? Naturally friendly, friendly to nature. Next slide. This is where I'm active, most part of Europe. Next slide. This is where I source it from, mostly South America. Also very interesting points today about, you know, the location where actually you sit. You sit very close to Europe. Unfortunately, the whole Red Sea issue is a major pain in the you-know-where, which is adding about 30 days to, you know, your logistics, which is reducing shelf life, which is increasing risks, which nobody wants, but we need to deal with it for now. And also, thank you for the elaboration, one of the speakers, about why the freight is so expensive from Africa. Because you're coming back on empty planes. Next slide. Now, when I was preparing this meeting together with Ulinke, our partner in Holland, and also dealing with some reruns we did last week, Thursday, Friday, I wasn't sure of the audience. So a lot of these things that I've put up here, you might already know. So iFoam has a lot of helpful data on how to get your certification up and running quickly. But as I was speaking to people here today and yesterday, I think that's, you know, under control. The ITC standards, again, also a very helpful data or a website where you can get a lot of valuable data. Next slide, please. Now, I really like my organic produce. Let me give you a small bit of background, which I should have started with. I'm self-employed now for 11 years. I was working for the greenery, which a lot of the people exporting to Holland know of. It used to be a 2 billion co-op. I think they do about 400, 500 million now. Then I went to EOSTA, probably also a name known by a few of you. It's a big organic importer in Holland. So that's where I learned the tricks of the trade. And one of the things that triggered me most is like, I want to be doing something which makes sense. So selling produce, which has been, you know, has been produced at a cost to nature, is not something I want to put my energy into. And one of the phrases that caught me on was, per minute, we're losing 5 football pitches of fertile soil per minute. 5 football pitches of fertile soil because of the use of fertilizers and pesticides. So if we want to keep on, you know, there was topics about food security. If you want to secure our the food production also into the future, we need to find other ways than pesticides and fertilizers, which is basically depleting the soils. So I've made a list here of easily certified products that can be easily certified organically. I don't know if these presentations get sent around later on, but there's a bit of information. Next slide, please. And I zoomed in on the opportunities and challenges for Kenya. And one of the questions I know I'm going to be asked later is the factors in certification, which I found very helpful information on. There's a lot of initiatives regarding sustainability. Also, I believe Kenya is working hard on capacity building. How can we group small farmers into co-ops? How can we get economies of scale to certify a co-op and individual growers in a more cost-effective way? So, to tell you a small bit about the organic market in the EU, I heard some smart comments about the EU, the European Union. We're not always very working in a united way. In Holland, unfortunately, we only have 4.4% of all our consumption is organic. But for example, in Austria, 30% of all consumption is already organic. So that's not only fruit and veg, but that's also coffee, all the produce that you can imagine. So there's a lot to win still. And I believe if we can manage to streamline processes here, which I heard a lot about today, and Comesa is doing a lot towards that goal, I think we can really win a lot of organic produce in Africa. Next slide, please. Yeah, it was a quick presentation. Yeah, we'll have the Q&A probably later, yeah? Thank you.
Thanks, Johan. Very interesting presentation. Very challenging. I think you were actually challenging the crowds to share some experiences. So hopefully, when we are doing the Q&A, you hear some experiences on that, and especially very interesting also to learn about the opportunities and challenges that we can, share not only for Kenya but also for the other countries that are sitting in the meeting today. So last but not least. PUM Netherlands, or is it PAM Netherlands? This will be represented by Peter van Dujan. Sorry, I think we've both, me and my colleague this morning, we are not sure how to pronounce your name, but apologies to that. So this is a Dutch NGO that has spent over 4 decades, probably that's 40 years, empowering small and medium enterprises globally, with a network of more than 1,200 volunteers, experts from PUM supports entrepreneurship, women empowerment. I think people will be very interested to hear about your women empowerment, food security, and climate change resilience, directly contributing to SDG number 8, which focuses on decent work and economic growth. So please, Peter, we would be happy to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Also on my behalf, good afternoon. It's good to see you after lunch. I don't see people, that people fell asleep, so that's nice. It's a nice view, of course. I want to connect PUM with an important thing like continuous learning. That everyone is dealing with that or should deal with that. On day one, when you were born as a human being, you learn to find your way on your mother's body, right? You have to seek for the nipple, and that makes it possible to get fed. Consequently, your parents raise you and learn you all the things that the basic things that you should know. Consequently, you go to primary school, high school, maybe to college, and then start working. In your first jobs, of course, you learn also a lot. And sometimes people change jobs after a couple of years, and they have to, again, learn how to deal with... I didn't ask for the next slide, by the way. So on. So if you change jobs, you have to learn a lot. you learn a lot in life, always, in fact. And now, in my case, I've changed positions a couple of times. At about the age of 40, you decide to get a master's degree. So you want to prove at that age that you're still sharp and eager to learn things. And before you know, you're about to retire. And those people that are about to retire have a lot of knowledge and skills and expertise. If they are still fit and want to help people, they want to continue, in fact, of what they were doing before. And that's how people join PUM. So, next slide, please. PUM is a Dutch NGO, a non-governmental organization founded in '78. I remember when I started working in '89 that those colleagues who were about to retire, they started to work for PUM. At the time, traveling was not so, let's say, common as it is now. They had the opportunity to visit other countries, and they had the opportunity to use their skills to help other people. PUM was founded with support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also of the Dutch employers' organizations. We are active in more than 30 countries, and we got 1,200 skilled people working for the organization. In 30 countries, we have about 130 representatives. Those are local people that just connect PUM with the customer, and makes also sure that during the execution of a project, everything goes well. Next slide, please. We are focusing on small and medium enterprises, as well as support organizations. And next slide, please. You see that there are a couple of criteria where a possible client has to comply to. So it has is a small, medium enterprise of 10 to 250 employees. A company has to be in business for more than 2 years. The turnover has to be somewhere between 10,000 and 5 million euros. And the entrepreneur is committed to be fully involved during the PUM project. I just returned from a project in Sayaya in Kenya, and I had a very good build up a very good relationship with the entrepreneur and the owner of the company. And he spent the full 4 days with me and his staff to get the things that we were looking for in place. Now, and this, you said by the introduction, we are economically, ecologically, and socially driven. Next slide, please. Now, how does it work? In fact, every company might apply to on the PUM side if they want to start a project with us. So if you meet the demands that were shown in the previous slide, then you're at least one of the possible candidates to do so. And then we have a database of 1,200 expert volunteers, and those people from those databases are matched with the project. And if there is a match, the client and, let's say, the expert are going to talk to one another and find out if there is a real match to proceed on. We do projects remotely, but most of them on site. It's about 25% remotely and 75% on site. And to give you an idea, so we do something like 1,700 projects a year worldwide, from which 800 in Africa. And in Africa, there are more than 300 projects that we do in the Comesa region. So there's quite a lot. But then I'm not talking about horticulture only. That's something you will understand. Next slide, please. So, as you can see, that those are the countries where we are active. So, in fact, Africa, Asia, and South America. Next slide. And this is maybe gives you a better grasp of all the economic activities that we are dealing with. So we have a food and a non-food sector that we are focusing on. There's horticulture, agriculture, but also bakery, animal feed production, more than 30 economic activities that we are covering. That is also, let's say, for the non-food sector, talking about building, for instance, or energy, but also enabling activities in sectors as consultancy, marketing, sales, you name it. So there is, and there's also cross-functional activities, for instance, a horticultural enterprise that needs some sales and marketing expertise, and then that match is also made. Next slide. Now, you can see it because of the chairs, but POM experts are volunteers. So it's all for free. Next slide. It's all for free. I have to explain that who pays what. So POM pays for all the travel costs, no matter where you have to travel. The expert is a volunteer, so he doesn't receive any money for the projects he is doing. And the client pays for board and lodging. That is the split we've made. Okay? Now, if we look to the horticultural sector, then we're focusing on the well-known crops as cucumber, tomato, sweet pepper, but also on in and outdoor red fruits like strawberry or whatever berry you can mention. Outdoor crops, bulbs, flowers, mushrooms, and also propagation becomes an important one because more and more people see the benefits of using seedlings. For instance, a tomato seed is the most expensive seed there is. If you sow them in the open field, then let's say the germination rate might be very low. But when you do it in a seedling way, then that germination rate is far higher, and so your plants are in fact cheaper. Next slide. Now, if you look at the services, then we of course dealing with all kinds of good agricultural practices, like hey, you want to improve production, you want to reduce waste. Post-harvest is an important one. You can, let's say, harvest a very high-quality product, but if you fail to handle it in a proper way, then it's a waste. Next. Technical advice. So we help organizations to improve on soil fertility, and we help people to gain more knowledge about how to do that. Crop protection, water management, again, post-harvest. Next slide, please. And of course, we have also specialists that advise on the inputs of that are required to grow a crop. Next slide. Now, I'll give you 3 examples of projects we have done in Africa. Like I said, I was here in Siaya last week, just visiting a company that was dealing with the sales of fertilizers, crop protection chemicals, seeds, but also knowledge. So they were really keen on a focus on knowledge at a high level to outcompete their competitors. They also had a smart farm, a training center where they did trials, just to convince their own staff, but also their customers, what to choose. And again, as I said, seedlings was also one of the product market combinations they were looking for, was also an issue that we have addressed in 4 or 5 days' time. Next slide. In South Africa, we dealt also with projects to enhance the seedling production. Integrated pest management, of course, is one of the topics that we address to help people to reduce the input of chemicals. Hydroponic systems are projects that come across quite often, and also the organic production of some berries. Next one. In Zimbabwe, we were involved in projects with the breeding and production of indigenous vegetables. I didn't say it this morning, but it might be a very interesting product as well for export. What I see is that many of the exporters and cooperatives are focusing on special products, specialties, so the bulk is neglected. And those African salads, as they call them, have, let's say, high contents of minerals or vitamins or whatever. It might be sold as a healthy product towards Europe. Maybe it's a salad difficult to transport, but at least worthwhile to investigate. Now, in Zimbabwe, we were also involved in supporting an agro-industrial park, and maybe also interesting with respect to what we discussed earlier today, export marketing might be also an activity that can be conducted together with a PUM expert. Next slide. And the other next slide. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for the 4 presentations. So now to wrap it up, I would like to invite you in the front, Tom, Wilco, Johan, and Peter. Please, if you can come and sit down here with me. And as they come in, I just want to inform the audience that we brought in 12 different EU companies. Of course, because of the time that we have, not everyone could have that opportunity to present, but you have that opportunity to sit down with them during the B2B sessions after we finish the sessions today. So I just wanted to mention that, and maybe just to acknowledge them, and maybe the representatives can actually just get up and just wave so that everybody knows who you are. The representative from WAD, there we go. And the representative from Santa Margarita. Yeah. And we also have Milani Planet. There we go. And we also have ANEP company. Oh, wow, you're sitting so far. And we have Corpet. Okay, thanks. And Vensod. Thank you. So those are the other 8 representatives we thought maybe you should know about. Thank you. So again, just to thank you very much for the inspiring presentations. And we thought maybe just before we open the question and answer to the audience, maybe just follow-up questions. Let me start with Tom. Given that, based on the water management solutions presentation you made, given that Comesa faces frequent drought and unpredictable weather, how can your technology or your technologies support climate-smart agriculture and food security?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much for a good question. This is exactly the question was asked 1 year ago to me. And water has several sources. So if we can't take the water from the river or from the lake, then there is the groundwater. But we only take groundwater from self-replenishing water holes, so like a water well. It can be only 35 meters deep, because if it's deeper than 35 meters, it will not replenish. So then there is if we don't have much water, and it is, for example, a hilly area, we can harvest the rainwater from the hill, channel it through the valley. In the valley, we create a pond, a water storage, a reservoir, and this pond has a floater, just like your toilet. And so when the pond is full, we stop the flow of water, and what is overflowing, we put back into the well. And vice versa, when the pond is going down, the water level, to a critical level, then we take water from that same well to put back into the pond. If water is even more scarce, we can also harvest water, we call it grey water, from the wastewater treatment plant, and use that for fertilizing and for irrigating the crop. Yeah, and then if the soil or the water from the ground is really salty, we can purify it with reverse osmosis. The one thing is that when we purify it with reverse osmosis, we get a purity of 99.8%, which means the water is not suitable as irrigation water because it has no nutrients anymore. So what we do then is put a fertigation system, so we can put like 5 different nutrients on a bypass line to the irrigation of the crop. It's a long answer for a short question.
Indeed, it is. Thank you so much. And due to time, let me just move on to Wilco. Your presentation on the LED grow lights. So what opportunities exist for knowledge transfer and local manufacturing partnerships with Comesa countries in order to reduce dependency on imports of agriculture technologies?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think I give already a short answer in my presentation about this question. What is looking for LED lighting here is that you want to expand the day. And what I can offering and what LED can doing is for a very cheap energy price, you can give more light. In case of that you buy from one shop a traditional lamp and then you start lighting with that costs mostly double energy price. And the energy is very expensive here. And maybe not expensive, but there's less of energy available in most places. That's why he work with solar panels. In case when you start with LED, then you have the option to give a lot of light for a cheap price. And then you can make seedlings, you can make the day longer, you can do a lot of things with the light.
Thank you. That would be a lot of interest because that's basically what all the farmers mainly do. I mean, even if we're not small-scale farmers, but as a side business at home, people will have, rearing chicken and all that. So that would be interesting to actually have those cost-effective technologies to be used for such activities.
Yeah, and it's easy to use. It can fix in every traditional connector.
Okay, we'll talk about that, I'm sure. And Johan, many smallholder farmers in Comesa region practice pesticide-free farming, but lack certification. So how do you think Ithaca Organic Company, your business, can support maybe in terms of capacity building and certification to help them access the premium markets?
Well, there's only one Ithaca Organic, and there's a whole lot of growers. So I would really suggest looking for synergy with your customers. In the past, I have sponsored growers when they were, when they had liquidity issues with financing their crop or their seeds at the start of the process, or also not being able to pay easily for the certification. Engage with your customer. If you want to have a long-term relationship, why would they not be willing to help you out? And the investment that customer is making, obviously it's not going to be for free. You can, reduce that later on when the crop is harvested and when it's coming into your warehouse in the EU or which market it may be, reduce it from the kilo price. And if you've got enough crop, enough kilos, it's an easy way to, a small grower, he doesn't have to finance his own business. His stronger financial partner is willing to do so. If it's a trusting partner, where there's a mutual trust and understanding.
Okay, thank you so much, and we'll definitely make use of the links that you shared, I think, for follow-up, questions and information from you. And lastly, Peter, how can PALM's model of expert support and SME empowerment be a replica in Comesa to strengthen agribusiness ecosystems and youth employment? And maybe we can even add in that how we also extend that to women.
Yeah. Yeah, it is in fact one of the strategies that the PBOs has chosen to really focus on projects that contribute to a better economy, better ecology, but also social aspects are very important. And we also look very much to, let's say, the position of women in a company or whatever organization to make sure that they are treated in, let's say, the way they should be treated.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if we come across things that are violating our beliefs and norms and value, then we just don't do it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's the end of our session today. Thank you so much, panelists. We really appreciate your time and your presentations. You highlighted how innovation, technology, certification, supports to SME empowerment can help Comesa SMEs and farmers to build resilient, sustainable, and competitive horticulture value chains, while at the same time, engaging and strengthening the linkages, market access between Comesa and the EU region. So thank you very much for your time. And now I hand over back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please don't move away. Just stand right there, and we may need to take some photos. And I think I would want the lady in the middle. Can I have the lady in the middle? That's a bright, nice sandwich over there. So let's have a great picture. Perfect. Excellent. How do you say thank you in Dutch?
Dank je wel.
Dank je wel. Dank je. Asante. We will have that portion coming. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes. I know we were pretty eager to have some questions, but we would like to put them together with the mix it together the next session, which I will be again chairing. Our next session is largely involving the Comesa business, showcasing the Comesa companies that are literally in the private sector in this area, where we will hear not only issues on innovation, but also the resilience in our agribusinesses and how they are equally linked to the production base. So we have quite a number of the businesses from the Comesa area, but they will be represented by 3. So I would like to introduce a company from Egypt, Jenaina, which is represented by the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Saifdin Salama. Mr. Saifdin Salama is the CEO, building AI, technology-powered and sensor-agnostic controls for controlled environment in agriculture across the equatorial belt. He has founded Tulima Farms and has hands-on experience in manufacturing and operational leadership in Egypt, focused on turning complex systems into reliable daily operation. So please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Saif Salama. Where are you, Saif?
Okay. Is the presentation coming up? Apollo? I can start without it for now. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet you all. It's a pleasure to see you all and to join this conference. My name is Saif Salama, and I'm the CEO of Guinea. Now, I'm certain you've all sat through countless presentations where some company will come up and they'll tell you that they are revolutionizing agriculture. That's not us, at least not until slide 7. Guinea is built on a simple idea. If data is water, then Africa represents the Sahara. In classic pitch style stack, pitch deck style, I would like to start by telling you what problems we address and what problems we focus on. I believe that farming in our region, for the vast majority of players, is a lot like playing football with only one boot. We face challenges across the Comesa region, such as unstable climate, with global warming leading to climate shocks. We have issues of water security, and yet we waste it as if it were free. We lack locally developed and affordable precision agricultural tools, from sensors to fertigators. And very, very few of us can afford to purchase high-tech Western systems. With regards to data and taking data-led decisions, we often fly blind, with our European partners opposite us farming with dashboards that look like NASA cockpits. We also have an extreme shortage of skilled controlled environment agriculture farmers and farm managers and operators. The result of these problems is extremely evident. I often clarify them with a very simple statistic. Can anyone in the room guess what the Comesa region's highest average productivity for growing tomatoes is per square meter per year? Shout out the answers if anyone would like to contribute. Sir, would you like to guess? Average productivity of tomatoes per kilogram per square meter? 10 is not a bad number. We're actually at the highest average I've been able to find for CEA in the African region, in the Comesa region specifically, is around 16 kilograms per square meter per year. Can anyone here guess what the Dutch are operating in? And I'd like the Dutch team to please not contribute. Anyone? 18? No, we're slightly far off there. 80. Very good guess. On average, a Dutch farm, a Dutch tomato farm, will be producing between 70 and 75 kilos. And in 2021, a group of Dutch growers were able to achieve 120 kilograms of tomato per square meter. That is nearly a 10x improvement in terms of productivity per square meter per year. Now, water tells the same story. When we start considering water and we start considering the move from open field agriculture to controlled environment agriculture. With an average of, for controlled environment agriculture, of around 15 liters per kilogram of produce that we can grow, you compare that with what we do in open field, which is at around 60. A reduction of 4 times the amount of water used is essentially the whole game. It is what we need to focus on. Our continent is water stressed, so this is something that we must address and something that we must start to focus on. Our mission is simple. We aim to unlock the full potential of controlled environment agriculture in Africa. We aim for better yields, less waste, more food security, and while we don't necessarily aim to achieve the same yields that the Dutch are achieving, their unit economics make a lot more sense for their operation, we do aim to be a lot more profitable in our growing than they are able to achieve. We simply don't have the same costs. Now that we've covered all the visionary stuff, I'd like to highlight how we actually do this, as sadly vision does not feed hungry bellies. Guinea was built with the method of hedging our bets and extending our runway through multiple revenue streams. We have Guinea Designs, which supplies hotels, restaurants, and luxurious institutions with experiential farming systems. These are essentially green furniture, so that when you go to a nice hotel and you order a cup of tea, you can see the waiter go and harvest some fresh mint straight out of our units. I think there's a picture earlier on, but I've, for now, not really been focusing on what's going on in the presentation. By looking at this secondary source of revenue, we're able to gain revenues today, and we're able to fund our research and development. It also allows us to collect data on plants which are growing in perfectly optimized growing conditions. And finally, of course, it helps with our brand recognition, making sure that we are in the front of people's minds when it comes to high-tech agriculture. Guinea Solutions, however, on the other side, is the core of our business and the target we are working towards. It is a full suite of solutions aiming to achieve a fully autonomous farm management network. It fixates on being the perfect link between plant physiology, what is going on with the actual plant that we are looking at, and IPM, climate, and nutrient inputs, working to achieve a perfectly harmonious and balanced plant. Guinea OS, our operating system, is sensor agnostic. We can work with any sensor in the world. It's an open platform that enables farms and farmers to operate their farms as efficiently as possible. We do yield forecasting, we do risk detection and mitigation, we do data collection and insight generation for our farmers. Ultimately, our aim is to reach a situation where we have a complete autopilot optimization for the farms. We make it so that farmers don't need to be data scientists. They just need to read simple, actionable recommendations and manage the staff conducting manual labor on the farm. We basically give farmers a perfect farm manager, one that does not take sick days and one that does not need a coffee break. Why the Comesa region and why Africa and why this is an area we're focusing on? It's simple. This is where the challenge with the most impact is. Fix agriculture in Africa and you help address one of the core issues that impacts the whole population. Agriculture uses 77% of sub-Saharan fresh water, and every efficiency gain we can achieve is going to feed more people with less water. Skills are scarce. Software compresses the learning curve for us. Climate volatility punishes guesswork, and automation stabilizes the outcomes. When the first agricultural revolution happened 10,000 years ago, it allowed humanity to start focusing on personal and communal growth, leading to the development of language, culture, law, and the net achievements of all of humanity today. The population boom that has happened in the past centuries has resulted in outstripping these benefits and has put us back in a situation where food security is at risk. We believe that a second agricultural revolution is necessary. So, what is our ask? What do we want? It's simple. I want your support. I want ministries, NGOs, and agribusinesses to run pilots with us, to help stress test the systems that we have and understand how to best serve you. I want your help in building the right policies, building support for farmers who understand the value of technology and who understand the impact of data, and building educational programs that embed these mindsets in our people. Finally, and I'll be slightly cheeky here, I want your money. Guinea is about to embark on its next investment round, with the aims of raising around $6 million to industrialize our sensors and device networks, to perfect our Guinea OS operations, our algorithms, and scale its operation across the Comesa region. To wrap up, controlled environment agriculture, or CEA, is not just a nice to have. It is not just a fad. I believe it is the only way that we, as Africa, will be able to achieve true high nutritional food security, and we need your help to get there. Thank you, and I guess questions will be later, but I am ready for the easy ones at least. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Saif. I think I'm seeing some people who might give you some money. I would not want to point them right now, but yeah. Our next presentation is going to come from Panuka Agribusiness Hub from Zambia, represented by the Managing Director, Mr. Bruno Mwemba. Mr. Mwemba is a chartered accountant and development finance specialist. He's been having been in accountancy, has now transitioned into development finance, designing innovative financial investment mechanisms for biodiversity conservation and climate adaptation across Africa. He's the founder and the managing director of Panuka Enterprises. Please, let's put our hands together for Mr. Bruno Mwemba. Welcome. Mr. Mwemba. Mr. Mwemba. The video.
My name is Bruno Mwemba, Managing Director for Panuka Enterprise Limited. Panuka Enterprise Limited is an agricultural enterprise that comprises of two farming units. The first unit is the Panuka farm, which is a horticulture farm that's been running for close to 10 years now. Much as we have tried quite a number of things, but along the way we've now majored into sweet pepper production, both red, yellow, green. and English cucumber. We've also done quite a lot of iceberg lettuce. So over the years, we've now really cemented around those farming products. But we have now also gravitated quite a lot into fruit farming as part of our long-term plan. And what we are actually looking at is value addition, especially fruit drying for papaya, bananas as well, and of course some of the mangoes that you can actually see that we've planted. So we're really looking at gravitating quite a lot into value addition as part of managing production losses. Besides the farming enterprise, along the way we've actually realized that there's quite a lot of smallholder and emerging farmers that are looking for knowledge on how to farm as a business. And recently, just last year, we actually started Panuka Agribusiness Hub, which is actually poised to bridge two things. The first one is around knowledge on how to farm and how not to farm. We have developed over 200 video lessons on the app, and now also on the Panuka Agribiz web app, where we'll basically be mentoring upcoming agricultural entrepreneurs around quite a number of issues on farming as a business, risk, as well as issues around access, to finance. But beyond that, we are also bringing in quite a number of tools on the digital, platform, which is aimed at bridging the data gaps. This relates to issues around finance, your accounting, data, and of course, production data. These are very critical aspects towards access to finance and of course, access to markets. We actually see the two agribusiness units under Panuka Enterprise Limited as complementary. The farm being a proof of concept and our value proposition for the knowledge that we provide on the hub itself, and of course the hub providing that mentorship to quite a number of upcoming agripreneurs. From an ESG perspective, one of our topical issues is the graduate trainee program that we've been running for graduate trainees that are coming from different universities and colleges. We've done this for 5 years, and we've had quite a number of graduate trainees that have come through on the farm, and this is our pride. But the icing on the cake to validate our value proposition has been quite a number of visits that we've had from notable figures. The first one being the World Bank Managing Director, Anshula Kant, that paid us a visit as part of just checking how we were using some of the funding that we got from World Bank around climate proofing our farming enterprise. But beyond that, we also had quite a great visit from the former US Vice President, Kamala Harris. And this also is a testament to the impact that we've created in the agribusiness space, especially amongst smallholder and emerging farmers in Africa. So look forward to partner with you. Reach out to us, and we're looking forward to a great partnership if you're looking at scaling your impact in agribusiness.
Mr. Member, please come up front. I think I need to shake your hands because you've shaken hands of some very important people. Then I can walk around. Please have a seat. I think yes, just have a seat there. Thank you. Yeah, we will have your moment. I will have my moment of fame for 5 minutes. Our next presentation is going to be from the Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya, which is a premier horticulture association in Kenya. You have originally met Mr. Hosea in the morning session, and Hosea brings a wealth of experience for the horticulture industry in Kenya. So he's going to take us briefly. We would be having some site visits on Thursday. Is it Wednesday? On Wednesday. So he's going to take us through a bit of the preview for what we should be expecting. Mr. Hosea, karibu.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, I work for the Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya. It's the oldest horticulture business membership organization. We turned 50 years this year, and we look forward to turning 100 in the next 50 years. I can tell you something, that before Dr. Mkuka found some reason to take away Apollo, Apollo served as the chair of the board of directors for Fresh Produce Export Association of Kenya for 6 years. So we need to give him a clap for the work that he did. Now, we are a business membership organization, meaning that we represent growers, exporters, and service providers in the horticulture space. And these are people who do both flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Now, the reason I'm here today, as the IT team loads my presentation, is that on Wednesday, I wish to welcome you all. Kindly leave your neckties and nice suits at home. Put on some t-shirt and jeans and sport shoes. And if you have a hat, put it on, because we are going to the field to go and visit some farms. So I'm just going to make a short presentation of the farms that we are going to visit, so that I can interest you to come and visit them. There's a PowerPoint presentation. James. Yeah, as they load my PowerPoint presentation, it's going to be short, because if I tell you too much, you may decide that you've had enough, so you will not go to the farms. So I'm going to be very mean, so that you can have the appetite to come visit the farms that we have lined up for you. But other than that, I think we exist to support our members with the advocacy and lobbying, training on the number of things that we need to train them. So we'll be happy to partner with PAM to support the growers, exporters, conduct the trainings that we need to, work on. And we support our members with linkages to markets for the products that they need to sell out there in the market. And because horticulture industry is one of the sectors that is heavily taken care of in terms of standards and compliance, because we talk about food, we support our members to comply to both a national and international standards. And as you heard in the morning from our own CS, these standards keep changing, from time to time. But we keep up with the pace at which the standards keep changing. Yeah, good. So let me give the IT team some little time. Usually, when the teleprompter decides not to work, we may decide to also present from the heart. Okay, there we go. So if we can go to the next slide. So we are going to visit 4 farms, or should I call them businesses, on Wednesday. I thought I saw the presentation. Does it disappear again? Let's just give them some little time. Maybe they just want us to go and see the farms. Yeah. Now, one of the companies that we'll be visiting is called Sereni Fries Limited, founded in 2012. It has an head office at at the business park in Mlolongo, and it operates some 6 strategic places. On Wednesday, we shall be visiting the Naivasha branch. It's about 100 kilometers west of Nairobi, and it's 100% Kenyan owned. They do a couple of things. There are 2 directors there who started the company, and they saw a gap in the potato value chain, so they decided to just get fresh produce, fresh potatoes from the farms and pack it in a manner that can be consumed by the next businesses. So they do about 3,600 tons of fresh cut potatoes annually, which is about 150 tons per month. They do frozen and fresh potatoes. They supply 3 international catering outlets. Can anybody guess which ones? KFC, Chicken Inn. Anybody else? Chicken. And they also do, Galitos. They also sell to Naivas and Quick Mart supermarkets and also a couple of hotels. And if you find yourself in Java today or tomorrow, the day after, and ask for chips, chances are that they have come from Serene Fries. So next slide. Next slide, please. So those are some of the products that Serene Fries do. When you visit them, you will see a range of frozen chips, wedges, peeled whole potato in different sizes, from matchstick to the big ones. Next slide. So the next company that we'll be visiting is called Kevian Kenya Limited, established in 1992 by this lovely couple here, Dr. Kimani Rugendo and Helen. And they do a couple of products that include fruit juices, drinks, nectars, drinking water. And this company sells these products within the East Africa community, countries, and also beyond. I'm sure some of you, as we go to the next slide, have seen some of these products in your supermarkets. It's almost 4 o'clock. You feel like asking for that bottle of juice, isn't it? So they do fruit drinks, couple of juices, drinking water, and so on and so forth. So for those who will be visiting this factory, you just may be lucky. You may be lucky to have a bottle or a packet of this juice. Next slide. Now, Kenya produces flowers, cut flowers, and we pride ourselves as the leader in this part of the world. For every 100 stems of cut flowers you find in Europe, 40 have come from the Republic of Kenya. So this is one of the companies that supplies flowers to Europe. It's called Sian Flowers. It's a group of 4 farms. The particular farm that we shall be visiting is about 40 kilometers from here. It's also 100% Kenyan owned. And they grow both single bloom and spray roses. And they have a propagation unit that they use for their planting material for the other farms. Of course, they sell to a couple of countries in Europe, including Russia and UK. And they have many certifications to ensure that everything is done well. Next slide. This farm sits on about 200 acres, so you'll have to do a bit of walking from one, greenhouse to the next to see the different colors and varieties of the flowers they do. So these are some of the flowers that they grow. They grow many more, but just put those for you to just appreciate. So again, for those who may be going to this farm, I don't promise that I will ensure you get flowers, but you just may be lucky if you smile nicely, you may come back to Nairobi with flowers. Next slide, please. The next farm that we shall be visiting is actually about 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers away from the flower farm. Exotic Penina Fields Group. It's 100% owned by people who are not Kenyans. We talk about, in trade, we talk about foreign direct investment. So this is foreign direct investment into the Comesa region. And they grow more than 20 types of herbs. And they grow these for mainly the European Union countries, couple of countries where they export to. Next slide. So on Wednesday, you'll be able to see some of these products, basil that is both purple and green, and many of those herbs that we use to make sure that our food is tasty and healthy. So with those many remarks, if I say next slide, I will be saying, Apollo asked me to talk about what the bottlenecks are and the possible solutions. And in Kenya, and I guess it's the same with the other countries, the business environment is not very conducive for this sector. In the morning, I talked about our logistical challenges and the fact that we have narrowed our market, including a very narrow intra-Africa trade. I can tell you for free that if I have to take fruit and veg to Djibouti, they have to go for holiday in Dubai, and then they fly back from Dubai to Djibouti. And that gets to one of my asks. Djibouti will charge Kenya 25% import duty for fruit and veg, and yet they're in Comesa. So, if there is anybody here from Comesa, that's going to be your homework. What can be done? We need better government facilitation. We need to improve our infrastructure, especially on logistics. And we need to harness intra-Africa trade. By the way, did we know that our brothers and sisters in West Africa consume a lot of chilies of all types? And yet we can grow chilies in this region and supply. You either call it chili or pepper or aubergine or, whichever way you look at it, but we can do that. Now, may I ask James to put on the two documents that I shared? There are two Comesa documents. My IT team, please. So this is basically the end of my presentation. Unless you want me to say next slide. The IT team has gone on break. Next slide, please. Yes, now there are these documents, and those who are from the Comesa Secretariat, I'm sure you are conversant with these documents. Now, there is this one that has a nice Comesa logo. Please put on the other one as well. That one. This is called the Comesa Certificate of Origin. Now, Apollo, this is my ask. On Thursday last week, an export of flowers from Kenya to Egypt sent their consignment to Egypt, and they sent together with this document. This is the old one. And then if you put on the other one, that is the new one. I can tell you that on Thursday, I didn't sleep because the exporter was calling me so many times, because the new document, if you put on the next one, that landed in Egypt was not recognized by the government of Egypt. The reason is simple, that whoever changed this document from the old one to the new one did not communicate to the government of Egypt. So the consignment was just there. So if you ask me what to say, then I'll tell you that this was not communicated. I had to call the Kenya Revenue Authority, which is the originator of this document, and link KRA border control with the exporter. And thank God it was solved. So I just believe that if we facilitate our trade better, then we can actually do business within the region. So see you on Wednesday in your jeans and rubber shoes and sneakers and T-shirts and hats. Thank you very much.
Ted, do you have something to say about that? Maybe you can come. I think it was wise when it comes from you directly. Yeah. Just please come. Please, no, please come, Teddy. Please come. Just come quickly. Please. Please. No, please come. No. Please come. Just
No, thank you for bringing this to our attention. I think Comesa made a big headway now because we have the electronic certificate of origin for Comesa. So hopefully that will solve these type of problems in the future.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah. There. It is instant solution. That's why Comesa is here. That's why private sector is here. That's why everybody is here, so that we are able to work out all those things on time. And Ambassador, I don't want to call you right now, but now you are breaking protocol, which is really not nice. I might lose my job as a result of this.
Oh, because this was a bold statement saying that Comesa didn't communicate. No, Comesa did communicate. It's just we have changes from time to time in our certificate of origin in order to update it. And this is one of the things that we do all the time in Comesa. We try always to keep pace, not to sit back or lay back. We've been doing this throughout the years, throughout Comesa's life. And we've had issues with some authorities because it's about this trickle-down effect at the national level, if it reaches the customs points or not. But Egypt has not applied those amendments. And this is why we had issues involving Egypt to so many other countries. So it's not unique to you. But then, of course, in that type of case, I would of course recommend that you get in touch with the closest Comesa point, like you can contact us in the Secretariat, as well as contact the Egyptian Commercial Office here in Nairobi. Give them some hard time too. Thank you.
We can do better than that, because I think I might not serve tea if you don't clap well. I want to invite this esteemed gentleman here, and we will just quickly, just as we wrap up, because again, we are pretty much, time is out on our side. I will opt to stand here so that probably my voice is louder. And start with you, Hosea. At least, again, your asks and everything, we have a perfect solution to that. But now, from your perspective, where do you see the greatest growth potential for horticulture exports in the next 3 to 5 years within the Comesa region?
Thank you very much. One of my friends is an historian, he's a professor of history. He tells me that the farther you look to the past, the better you see to the future. So if the past is anything to go by, that when we started exporting in the early 70s, we have grown to where we are. If I talk, for example, for Kenya, $1 billion now of horticulture exports, flowers, fruits, and veg, which was a couple of $100,000 many years ago. I see tremendous potential in the growth, especially in the fruits section of horticulture within Comesa, because the consumers of mangoes, we have very beautiful mangoes, very tasty. Avocados, because we want to eat healthy and we want to maintain our hair and our skin. And so the current consumer of food out here, is going to consume a lot of avocado. So I see a lot of growth in avocado, in mangoes. Not much in flowers, though. Who, other than those from the European Union, have given anybody a flower this week? By show of hands. See? That is exactly 1, 2. Now, that is 2 out of 200 people. That is the percentage of growth for flowers. But I see that if we're able to tackle the challenges that we have in terms of logistics, we do not have to take our flowers to Europe for them to come back to Nigeria. We don't have to take our vegetables and fruits to Dubai for them to come back to Djibouti because of tax. If we're able to do intra-Africa trade and expand our list of offering, then I see that this sector within Comesa is going to expand. Remember that Ethiopia and Rwanda, and potentially Kenya in the coming years, are developing larger airports. So larger vessels are going to land there. We always say our competitor, Ethiopia, but they are not our competitors, they are our neighbors. They have more freight capacity than we do, so those freighters need to carry fresh produce. We are saying that by 2030, we need to move to the sea, because world transport is done by sea mainly. So once we start shipping by sea, a lot of our produce from Port of Mombasa, Dar es Salaam, Beira, and many others, I see that in the next couple of years, then we are going to expand our horticulture business, both in Africa and also within the EU 27 and UK, and also other markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jose. And I think, you make some very critical, valid points. Mr. Mwemba, you are pretty hands-on, not only just doing the training capabilities, but equally farming. So I think very practical, hands-on situation. But what practical step would you encourage public sector, governments and public, to take to enable businesses like yours to scale up and compete?
Yeah, thank you. I think number one is we need to spend less time in air-conditioned boardrooms. Thinking on behalf of the agri-SMEs. You are policymakers, there's agri-SMEs. I think let's spend more time talking to them, understanding their pain points, and really rolling our sleeves in the field to fix some of these issues. I see quite a lot of these issues where decisions are actually made in boardrooms around what would actually benefit an agri-SMEs, yet it's actually more detrimental to the agri-SMEs. And very often the agri-SMEs themselves are actually not involved in these decisions. And like you said, one of the reasons why we have actually decided to run Panuka farm plus the agribusiness is to make sure that we walk the talk and basically become like a live laboratory on agribusiness in real time, understanding how the nexus between real business and policy, and hopefully we also give feedback to the policymakers in terms of what would actually benefit the agricultural SMEs. So we need real hand-holding, support, avoid this knee-jerk, come to a workshop one day, in some air-conditioned boardroom and then you're out there. We really need this, kind of incubation. And this is one of the things that we're actually trying to raise money ourselves on the agribusiness hub to try and see if we can actually provide real incubation to especially youths around even bankability and all these other issues, because we also see that there's quite a very huge skewness towards the science of agriculture, which is good. But then very often we also see quite a lot of agricultural SMEs who grow beautiful cabbage, but they do what I call to whom it may concern farming. They don't know where to sell it because they didn't think through the whole business, modeling. So I think those are some of the issues where we also need to invest quite a bit of time, so that there's that, good balance on the science of agriculture, agribusiness, mindset, remodeling. But the key word is, let's get out of the offices. Let's not spend too much time in these air-conditioned boardrooms and get on the field and hear the agricultural SMEs. Let's not think on their behalf. Yeah, they exist. Ask them.
Yeah, thank you. So that opportunity is being offered on Wednesday from boardroom to fields. So register. I'm having my colleague Christabel, who will be registering those who will be visiting various agribusinesses. The tours for this agribusiness, we move away from the boardroom to the field. So look for your cowboy hat, look for your nice Nike shoes, and get ready for farm visits. And that leads me to now, Mr. Salama, and just looking at the biggest opportunities that you may want to see in Comesa enterprises. How would you like to foresee yourself expanding regionally? Because I'm seeing your target is definitely Africa-wide. So what are the opportunities for you in terms of expansion for regional and international growth?
So one of the things that we have to take note of is that our problem is not only a problem of how difficult the region is or how difficult it is to be able to target the region across the range of logistical nightmares that we have, of trouble accessing different countries, and of the language barrier. A core problem that we have is in understanding that what has been achieved abroad, what has been achieved in the Netherlands, what has been achieved in the US, what has been achieved in Spain, only came out of a concentrated effort towards education. In fact, one of the things that I really enjoyed during our discussions earlier is what Panuk is doing. So for their farm to have an integrated section where people can go on and they can start learning, how do I manage my finances for my farm? How do I manage my inventory for my farm? All of these are essential foundations that, through my experience in horticulture, I have found lacking. I've not been in horticulture very long. I've been working in the horticultural industry for 4 years now. In that time period, because I've essentially been a seeker of knowledge, I've been able to achieve a level of expertise today that at least in my country, in Egypt, is being heralded as something impressive. I haven't gone to Wageningen University, I haven't gone to an agriculture university, I just sat down with my computer and I spent a long time studying. I think what we need to push as much as possible across the Comesa region, before we start looking at how do I expand and how do I make money off of Kenya, is how do we start getting the Kenyan farmer, the Nigerian farmer, the Zambian farmer, to start understanding what is the value of these systems that we're talking about. To start understanding that there is a point in me collecting data, there's a point in me having metrics and KPIs, and once they do, they will seek out the customers and they will seek out the best systems that work for them, the appropriate systems that work for them.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. What is standing out very clearly right now is just that private sector, if empowered with the right policies, infrastructure, financing, will deliver results. And I think we can definitely sense some level of results beyond profit and touch lives. Literally, from your cases, data and that digital aspect is becoming a very clear indicator to growth and to success. So I'm glad we are holding this dialogue at this time, and I'm glad we are having our senior management at Comesa to listen to us and get the real gist for what the private sector voice is saying, and then now be able to put that together such that within the policy organs that would be able to get the kind of traction that it deserves. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. And all of us, can we give them a very big round of applause? I think before I allow you to go, please, we need to record this presence. Oh, there is some gentleman with some nice gifts for you. Hosea, today you're going to get enough gifts from Comesa. So let me. Well, we are now at the tail end of things. We started very, very, very well in the morning with some very powerful messages from guests that really set the scene for what was going to happen today, and then ushering the conversations with some of the colleagues from the EU, and a very robust engagement in terms of the kind of interactions that we had. I believe the messages have been well received, and what rests now is what do we do with the information that we have? And as one of the panelists said, moving from boardrooms to action, moving from talking to action. I think that's the kind of move that now we need to translate this conversation into action points. And so I'd like to invite Ambassador Kada to come and give some remarks, and as equally vote of thanks. I think we have done pretty well in recovering time from where we started in the morning to where we are right now. So Ambassador, in Kenya we say karibu sana. I don't know whether you've learned it in Zambia or what you say. Karibu, Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear friend and colleague. It was really enlightening for me to attend the discussions, and I think the choice of subject is really a very smart choice. To have this Comesa EU Horticulture Connect with focus on horticulture, which is close to each and every one of us, was a very good choice, I must say. Now, I listened very carefully to the discussions, including those that were not very satisfied about Comesa's performance. Luckily, I was here to correct that, but that's fine. Because Comesa, in the end, is your institution. So you're entitled to do that, of course, and it's our duty to serve you better. Now, I think today was started in the morning highlighting some of the challenges that we are all facing in the horticulture field. And what do we need to do in order to overcome them? Speaking about the challenges, I think transport costs were highlighted more than once in different interventions, with specific reference to the Red Sea impasse and issues related to the Red Sea. We hope that with the recent improvement that the Red Sea would be returning or recovering, going back to normal sometime soon. High time also, it's not only about cost, it's also about time consumption. It's very time consuming. And in the case of perishable products, of course, this is very risky. In addition to other infrastructure items, those are challenges, including energy, and there were highlights on internet and how internet is important. I think internet has become a basic need of life to each and every one of us. So it's about infrastructure in general terms. Those items were strongly highlighted. Other challenges involve standards and certification, meeting those evolving standards, especially in our biggest trading partner, the EU, where it is, as was highlighted, more flexible and responsive, while in our case, we tend to live with our regulations for so long, which is true even at the regional level, because in Comesa, our SPS regulations were like 15 years old, but we've managed to update them recently. So quality standards and certification are a challenge area as well. I'm highlighting the challenges in the interest of highlighting also the ways we can address them together, jointly, each and every one of us in his own venue of life. Logistics were highlighted as well as a third group of challenges, including cold storage facilities, especially in the case of horticulture, which is very necessary for to increase the shelf life of those products. I can but recall this example of avocados flying to the Netherlands, spending the winter there, having some time off, and flying back to West Africa. This was funny, but very mobilizing. Most of our agriculture is, unfortunately, subsistence level agriculture in Comesa. We need to do the upscaling of this. We need to commercialize it. We need to go with economies of scale. We need to aggregate, as it has been highlighted in several interventions here. Pooling different small level or subsistence level farms can help in terms of economies of scale. Lastly, a fifth main challenge was regulations and regulatory changes and uncertainty related to them. Of course, for investment, we need better certainty about regulations, about the playing field, and changes. And I can also recall that example quoted by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture of Kenya, moving the goalposts. We keep on moving the goalposts, which of course defeats our efforts, our endeavors. We need to have more clarity, more predictability in terms of regulation in order to support long-term investment in this vital field. Some of the solutions that were quoted was need to work together. We work together, and we have so many proverbs about the importance of working together. Of course, working together, we can rise together. And it's important to rise together. So we need to coordinate our efforts at the governmental level, at the private sector level, at the civil society level, institutions like universities and NGOs. We need to all join hands in order to improve in terms of productivity in the horticulture sector. Capacity building, we need to increase our support to capacity building at the farmer level, at the expert level in different institutions with mandates related to horticulture, related to agriculture in general terms, and capacity building in one of the focus areas in regional institutions like Comesa, of course. Most or many of our projects, interventions, activities involve components in the area of capacity building, because we do have a wealth of human resources, but it's not as skillful, as skilled, as capable as it should be. And of course, this is a fortune to invest in. Productivity and the level of productivity, and of course I recall the young man from Egypt who quoted that example about tomato. Yeah, so it's remarkable. The gap is huge, of course, so we need to improve on productivity. We need also to invest a lot more in horticulture and agriculture. It's not only about horticulture, it's also about food security in our countries. I think we have very vivid examples of how this is strongly and closely related to food security and national security in that sense as well. So investment not only in agriculture, investment in all other sectors related to agriculture, including energy, ICT, logistics, transport, and so on, because you need to have the whole system, the whole machinery working together. We need technology, advanced technology, and I think we have plenty. We've listened to a good number of presentations and interventions about the value and the impact of new technology from the EU side, from the African side as well. These were eye-opening for me. I think they were eye-opening for many of us here. Automation is becoming the norm in terms of irrigation, in terms of fertilization, agriculture, measuring air, humidity, and heat and light, and so on. So we need to do that. It's costly. It doesn't come for free. Of course, there is no free lunch here, but it's worth the investment in them. And then, lastly, I have a written statement that I would like to very quickly go through. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor and privilege for me to be here with you and listen to those panel discussions and interventions for the first Comesa EU Horticulture Connect event, which implies that this will not be the last, designed to advance strategic engagement, build partnerships, and create market linkages between Comesa and the EU. In alignment with the forum theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, we have here today that the horticulture value chain is one of Comesa's most dynamic and economically vital sectors, generating over $3.3 billion annually in exports to the EU and employing millions of smallholder farmers across the Comesa region. I wish to reiterate that the horticulture value chain is a unique combination of high value addition potential, climate resilience, and capacity to inclusive growth, which makes it essential for Comesa's economic transformation. Distinguished guests and participants, today's event is a clear demonstration of the crucial role of partnerships in advancing intra-regional and global trade, in this case specifically between Comesa and the EU. The Horticulture Connect event is fully aligned with the Comesa's mandate to contribute to market access and trade facilitation. This is at the heart of our work in Comesa and is a good and practical initiative to bring public and private stakeholders together to strengthen value chains, improve competitiveness, and create opportunities that directly benefit women and youth in the Comesa region. Today's remarkable presentations, enlightening ones, enlightened all of us. They have had a lot of strategic insights, highlights, and contributions, stressed the importance of public-private partnerships and working together at the regional and global levels. We have seen some innovations, some creative solutions and ideas to boost agricultural productivity through smart practices and to enhance value chain competitiveness, to break barriers through digitalization and promotion of investment, to enhance trade through digital transformation and investment in logistics and transport that is resilient to climate change, and to unlock the potential of the horticultural sector in the region through addressing challenges related to productivity and capacity. I urge you all here present to forge networking connections. This is meant for networking more than anything else. So let's make the best use of this forum to connect together. I was told that there will be ample space for B2B meetings, and I would like to believe that there will be sufficient room for that. With the help of colleagues from the Comesa Business Forum, Comesa Business Council, and Comesa Secretariat, and our friends and partners in the EU, I believe this event has been so far a success, and I wish you all the best of luck in the rest of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And just some announcements as well. A reminder, this is on, one more person is left to register for the farm visits. We are just having slot for one person. Anyway, no. We are registering for the field visits on Wednesday, and please, you're all welcome to register. We have, per every site, we have spaces for 20 people. So early bird tickets start now. We shall close these lines by 6. So kindly register. Where is Christabel, please? Christabel, yeah, Christabel, stand up there. So wave in the air. Yep, now Christabel is the lady waving up there. She will be taking your registrations. We are having 4 sites visits, 4, but you're only going for 1. So we can't go, one person cannot go for 2. So we're only doing 1. So we have the flower farm, we have the chips processing plant, we have the hubs. I think I like hubs because that's very nice culinary. And then we also have a juicing plant. So we have quite a diversity of what we showcase within the country. So please register and make sure you make Christabel busy. So in our closing now, I would like to welcome the Principal Secretary, State Department of Trade, Ms. Regina Akoth. Ombam. You've had a busy day today, and we don't take it for granted that you would be with us to open and now to close for us. So, karibu ma'am.
Thank you very much, MC. Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Allow me to begin by appreciating all our speakers, panelists, moderators, and participants for their candid, insightful, and solution-oriented contributions we have heard today. Over the course of today's deliberations, we have witnessed rich exchanges on the opportunities and challenges facing our horticulture sector and the prospects for strengthening linkages between Comesa producers and European markets. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most valuable outcomes of today's engagements is the recognition that partnerships are central to progress. The interactions between Comesa producers and EU buyers, between governments and the private sector, and between development partners and SMEs have demonstrated the power of collaborative action. Through business-to-business linkages, technology transfer, and investment commitments, we are laying the groundwork for long-term collaboration. As we look forward to the 18th Comesa Business Forum tomorrow, I call on all stakeholders to carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation that has defined today's seminar. The issues of digitalization, climate-smart horticulture, and regional trade facilitation must remain at the center of our shared agenda if we are to unlock the full potential of this sector for inclusive and sustainable growth. In closing, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Comesa Secretariat, the European Union Delegation, the Comesa Business Council, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and all our partners for making this event a success. To the EU buyers and regional producers who have participated today, thank you for your commitment to building stronger, more inclusive trade relations. So with these remarks, I now formally declare this session closed and look forward to fruitful outcomes in the days to come. Thank you very much.
We need to clap. When I was growing up, there was one of the key founders of, it was then called PTA, but he was one of the key founders. They used to have a way in which they would clap for them. And that was very amazing. When those guys who started the institution, they used to meet, there was a very strong wave of celebration. So I want to try and attempt to relieve those edges and see how then they used to clap. I think they were saying now it is 24th, but if you add with the PT, I think it's much more years. So they would rub their hands like this. So we want us to rub our hands, and then they would say, they would have a tune. It goes tee, 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 and then they clap. So we do 1, 2, 3. Right. 1. Yeah. Now that was practicing. Now you're just trying. Now let's do the real thing. We have been so patient, we have been fed, we have learned, we have listened. So I want us to do it in a way that we're gonna shake KICC and they know that Comesa Business Forum happened. So let's go. 1, 2, 3. Then they say, Funga. Fungua, thank you very much. So we said we are going to have some Q&A, but the Q&A is going to happen very differently because it is going through interactive sessions with our EU and our businesses around. So we will have our coffee as we start doing business. Because the reason for connection is to connect. So we're getting here to connect. So the connection is going to start connecting from the coffee. Kenya does the best coffees again, so let's have connect as we do our coffees. Let me see the EU representative. Can you kindly stand? I thought I saw big, there were more numbers than that, so I am a bit surprised. Okay? There's still, where there, Hopewell, where we had, yeah. So we have, we attempted to bring the ladies, but they somehow, I thought it was not during Valentine's. So if we had conducted this during February, maybe we could have had, again, some ladies from the EU as well. But yes, so we have those gentlemen there. Let's connect. Let's look for them. Let's interact. We have between today, tomorrow, to really make certain business deals. So that will be a very interactive session. And then now we have spaces here, we have spaces at the back, we have, let's try as much as possible to have, to sign deals and to make this connection happen. We would like to be talking the next year that we have had so many deals that have happened as a result of this, so that you can make it bigger and better next time. So thank you all very much. It's time for coffee, it's time for business. Let's go for it. Thank you very much.
Meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores, rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon, tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins. Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments